25. Dames en heren, over enkele ogenblikken gaan we beginnen. Dus zoek u lekker een plekje uit en kijk je mee naar de finale. Dames enkelspel. ABN AMRO Open. Ahoy Rotterdam 2025. Dames en heren, welkom bij de finale dames enkelspel tussen Lizzy DE GREEF en Jiske GRIFFIOEN. We heten ze zo direct welkom, maar waar zouden we zijn zonder de balkinderen? En vandaag als chair umpire Sander Ummels. En dan is het nu tijd om onze twee finalisten welkom te heten. Als eerste Lizzy DE GREEF. Dames en heren, Lizzy DE GREEF. En dan gaat ook uw aandacht voor Jiske GRIFFIOEN. en heren, Jiske GRIFFIOEN. En terwijl de speelsters zich klaarmaken, gaat u gerust zitten. Kijk je mee naar de finale. Dames enkelspel hier in het rolstoeltoernooi. ABN AMRO Open 2025. Dames en heren, mag ik een groot applaus voor onze mascottes van de Essen Verkeer Foundation. Dames en heren, het is zaterdag 8 februari. De locatie is daar Rotterdam en we spelen de finale van het ABN AMRO Open in het dames-enkelspel tussen Lizzy DE GREEF en Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Geef ze een groot applaus. De Nederlandse Lizzy DE GREEF uit Alphen aan de Rijn staat nummer 10 op de wereldranglijst en is het opkomende talent in het Nederlandse rolstoeltennis. De 20-jarige rechtshandige speelster werd in 2022 en 2023 uitgeroepen tot ITF Junior rolstoeltennisspeelster van het jaar. En niet ten onrechte, want na 2 maal in de eerste ronde te sneuvelen hier op het ABN AMRO Open staat ze vandaag in de finale. Een hele prestatie waar ze, zo vertelde ze ons gisteren, stiekem op gehoopt had, maar dan moet je het ook nog maar doen. Van de 4 ontmoetingen met haar tegenstander wist ze er slechts eentje te winnen. Dus ze zal aan de bak moeten vandaag. Geef haar een warm applaus. Lizzy DE GREEF. Lizzy neemt het op tegen Jiske GRIFFIOEN. De als tweede geplaatste staat momenteel 5e op de wereldranglijst. Ze vertelde na de winst in haar eerste wedstrijd dat zij als topsporter altijd weer een stukje beter wil worden. 2 jaar terug stond ze hier in de halve finale. Vorig jaar werd ze tweede, dus haar ambitie mag duidelijk zijn. Haar comebackverhaal is eentje om in te lijsten en om met bewondering naar te kijken. Een overwinning op het ABN AMRO Open zou een prachtige edelsteen zijn in de kroon van deze topsporter. We gaan zien of ze haar favoriete rol van vandaag gaat waarmaken. We verwelkomen haar met een daverend applaus. Jiske GRIFFIOEN.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Well, hello and welcome to Women's Finals Day at the ABN AMRO Wheelchair Tennis Open here in Rotterdam. The introductions have finished and it's not long to go now until we see history made on this very sensational wheelchair arena. As we can see, it's a battle of the Dutch. Some more history will be made today, that's for sure. 2 Dutch superstars going head-to-head in Jiske GRIFFIOEN and Lizzy DE GREEF,
2 minutes.
as they aim to write a little bit of their own history. DE GREEF just sitting behind the number 2 seed Griffion in terms of world ranking. Griffion, remember, has been at the very top of the game. She's been at that all-impressive world number 1 ranking. Took a few years away from the game. A couple of years ago, back in 2017, hung up the rackets. But to the delight of us watching, she made a very welcome return a couple of years ago and has been going once again from strength to strength. And then this lady on your screen, Lizzy DE GREEF, she knows something about going from strength to strength.
Seconds.
She is amongst the latest wave of young Dutch women's wheelchair talent. Really challenging the top of the game. The likes of Griffin, the likes of Van Koot. Dede de Groot, of course, the champion for the last 2 years here. But this year we'll see a new champion etch their names on this coveted trophy. So, will it be Jiske GRIFFIOEN, the number 2 seed, or will it be the newcomer, Lizzy DE GREEF? We know it will be a Dutch winner, but who will it be? Alex Hyman here in the commentary box to take you through this one. And goodness me, is there a crowd watching on for this one. They know how important this is, and so does everyone watching at home. A pleasure to have your company for this one. Jiske GRIFFIOEN to get this women's wheelchair singles final underway.
Love.
Well, it was Griffion with the slightly easier route to this stage of the tournament, coming through 2 fairly comfortable rounds before reaching the final. Took out Brit Lucy Schuker in the first round, 6-4, 6-1, and then Jinte Bos, her countrywoman, 6-3, 6-1. She really has been in fine form as the number 2 seed, Jiske GRIFFIOEN.
Net, second serve.
And potentially a slightly nervy start from last year's finalist. She's been in these positions before, so actually quite surprising to see a couple of double faults early on here, but of course nerves never go away in matches like this. Huge moments in their careers. But De Greef with a couple of opportunities then for an early break. But the first saved in style.
30-40.
That's something to watch out for in the next hour or so. That forehand is lethal when she's in position. But I tell you what a start from the young Dutchwoman. Lizzy De GREEF
First game
gets off to an impeccable start in this first match of the day here on the Wheelchair Arena in Rotterdam. That's the start of dreams for this young woman. Only 20 years of age. And that's something that's going to be key today, is the first couple of shots in the exchange. She struggled on serve yesterday, did De GREEF, against Bernal. It was a match full of service breaks. So that's something she's going to have to get right today. Not easy though when you've got a returner down the other end, such as Griffion. Griffion, on the other hand, a sublime returner of the ball, especially on that forehand side. She gives herself a little bit more room to enable her to find that forehand on the return, and she hit winner after winner yesterday in the semis. Yeah, well taken advantage of
30-15.
On that forehand. Spotted the mid-court forehand from Griffion and took full advantage. Good stuff early on from the 20-year-old. Yeah, but that sort of second serve isn't going to cut it.
30-all.
Anything that's sitting there, Griffion will take full advantage of. And she doesn't miss many at all. Yeah, awkward, wasn't it? Down so low. She did well to get a decent racket on it, and actually the slice was a very, very good option. Neutralized the play extremely well. And then the blink of an eye, break points back for the number 2 seed.
Juice.
Ah, bullet of a forehand.
Advantage Griffion.
It doesn't take long for her to really wind up on that side. You can tell that her backhand is more of a neutralizing play. The forehand is the one she attacks with. Missed it. So it is a couple of breaks of serve to start off this women's wheelchair singles final. And I just hope that Lizzy DE GREEF doesn't get too used to being broken, because yesterday, countless times she was broken, and it was a real problem, that serve. She did well to get through it, but when you come up against the number 2 seed, a number 2 seed who is the current 6th in the world. It's certainly different competition.
15-30.
You actually only have to look back 12 months in order to find the last all-Dutch final here in Rotterdam. That was between Jiske de Greef and the woman serving now, Jiske GRIFFIOEN. And it just tells us all we need to know about the state and the dominance of Dutch wheelchair tennis. It dominated for so many years now. Always had plenty to show for in the top 10 in the ITF rankings. Yeah, de Greef doing well to find the backhand off the return. And it brings out another error from the number 2 seed. So as expected here, based on semi-final action, 3 games played, 3 breaks of serve. Lizzy DE GREEF leads 2-1 in this first set.
Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Zoekt u snel een plekje op de tribune. Kijkt u mee naar deze finale rolstoel dames enkel.
Time.
So good to see the numbers in for this final. And just incredible to have this dedicated arena for the wheelchair tournament. Of course, this tournament started back in 2009, but for the women, actually was launched in 2023. Yeah, beautiful play from DE GREEF, opening up the court well, finding the backhand of Griffion. That's going to be a play that will help her a lot today. She's stormed to a 40-love advantage. Can she get the first hold of this final? Awesome stuff from the 20-year-old. She's looking very comfortable out here in her first ABN AMRO wheelchair final. Really, really impressive start. Hasn't made too many errors off the ground and seems to be moving really, really well indeed. And so far, she's troubling the number 2 seed. Tactically spot on so far. from the unseeded De Greef.
15 left. Left.
Yeah, just firing herself up a little bit. Hasn't been demotivated at all, but she's potentially been a little bit flat. We know how much energy can help on a tennis court. Just in between points, getting yourself up for the next one.
40 left.
It's amazing how much a little fist bump and a little bit of self-talk can do in these big matches. Yeah, acknowledged by Jiske GRIFFIOEN, that forehand.
40-15.
Just too good on that occasion. She's just missed it, but what an exchange from both of these two players. I mean, it was the initial early slice that did the damage from Griffioen that set up that forehand there, because De Greef, all she could do was hit back high and as much as she could to try and retrieve it, and somehow on that final ball she was able to find the backhand from Griffioen. Incredible.
Advantage. Review.
I mean, it's obvious the tactics of both players, isn't it? Trying to get each other up high on that backhand corner, on that backhand side. That's the most difficult shot, isn't it? You don't quite have the power that you have on the forehand side, and you can't do damage off it. So both players trying to pin each other back. On that occasion, De Greef getting the better in that point. Fabulous from De Greef. Switching up the tactics a little bit. Catching Griffioen off guard a little bit with that down the line backhand. Superb. She's earned herself another break point here. And she takes it.
Game de Greef.
Lizzy DE
That
GREEF
is 4 games to 1.
surprising everyone in this wheelchair arena with just how well she's playing in her first final in Rotterdam. She leads 4 games to 1 over the second seed.
Zat plekjes over en kijkt wij naar deze finale.
It really is some tournament here in Rotterdam. As I was saying earlier, launched in 2009, but the women's event starting in 2023. Been won both times by Lizzy DE GREEF. But this year there will be a new champion on the honours board. They call it the 5th Grand Slam just because of the importance of it on the wheelchair calendar. Headed up by Esther Vergeer, the tournament director. 7-time Paralympic champion if you're not familiar with her name, but she is infamous in the wheelchair tennis world and beyond. Does a great job of bringing wheelchair tennis to the fans here in Rotterdam. There are some great activation events happening at the start of the week, with Esther Vergeer inviting the likes of Gordon Reed and Aniek van Koot over to the activation area. Getting all ages involved in wheelchair tennis and just having a go, because that's how it all starts for these guys here. Just having a go, and you never know where it can take you. For DE GREEF, it can take you to your first Rotterdam final. And it can take you to playing this well on your debut. Yeah, I'm not surprised of the miss by Griffion. Just the amount of time she has to actually reset after the missed timed ball toss from DE GREEF. Must get dizzy when you're going round. Nonetheless, DE GREEF secures another game onto her tally. She leads 5-1 now. Griffion with some work to do if she's going to have any chance of clawing this setback. what I love so far about what De Greef's been able to do out here is just she's been getting the basic tactics spot on, that's for sure. But then she's also been able to change up the tactics, so she keeps Griffion guessing. And I think that's been really important so far.
Love 30.
A little bit fortunate on the net cord from Griffion. But she'll take that right now because at the moment luck doesn't really seem to be going her way. She needs a few more of those. Nah, just forced it.
15-40.
You could see what she was trying to do. She's had enough of those long, deep, high rallies where she's just been coming up second best, and she opted to take the ball extra early.
30-40.
Potentially a change she'll look to use a little bit more in this match later on. But right now, she's having to fight off set points. Unstoppable right now is Lizzy DE GREEF. That last point pretty much summed up just the level she's been able to bring so far in, remember, her first ABN AMRO final. She is impressing all that are watching on in this wheelchair arena. What a performance in that first set. Faultless. Great variety in her shots. Bundles of spin to keep the second seed pinned back. And she'll be absolutely delighted with her start. One set away from her maiden Rotterdam trophy. That's the shot that's been pivotal. That forehand. Yes, she's been solid on the backhand. That's the one that's been the go-to in terms of setting up points. But the one that finishes the points is the forehand. And as much as the second seed, the more experienced player, Jiske GRIFFIOEN, will be surprised with how well she's come out. Oh, I've just heard umpire Sander Hummels call on the physio, which I presume is for Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Let's hope it's not too serious, but worrying signs. She looks fit as a fiddle. No signs of injury for De Greef, but yeah, if we're honest, Jiske GRIFFIOEN does look a little bit flat out there. She's been trying to get herself going in between points. You can tell just with her body language and her self-talk. Clearly there's something wrong. Well, just to bring you up to date with a few other results happening around and about. The first of the men's semi-finals went the way of the Frenchman, Stephane Hudday, taking out Egberink, 6-2, 7-5, and that's Hudday's 16th out of 17th win against his opponent. Incredible stat, that. So Hudday does go on to yet another final here in Rotterdam. Of course, a great opportunity in the men's draw as Alfie Hewitt and Tokito Oda no longer in the draw. Of course, those were the two finalists in Australia, the first Grand Slam of the year. Presumably taking a little bit of time off after that. So it is Martin de la Puente who heads up the men's seeds in the men's singles.
Time.
We'll be bringing you live action of that second men's semi-final later on today, of course, with Martin de la Puente and Dutchman Ruben SPAARGAREN, the fourth seed. Right then, words had with the physio. Let's see how she works her way into this second set.
Out. 15 love.
Wow, that's just perfection in terms of placement from De Grieff. That kick serve got Griffion out wide nicely on the backhand, and look at how much space she had to hit into. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not an easy shot to get that perfect as if she did. But she knew exactly what she was doing there. Oh my goodness. That slice has been one of her shots that's been working well today, and I think she could start to use it a bit more, especially if she's going to hit returns like that off it. Blimey.
$40-15.
Continuing to impress is De Grieff. the 20-year-old, that's something that she's clearly ironed out overnight, because yesterday her serve was a nightmare for her. Sent down an eye-watering 12 double faults. So she's clearly had very, very strong words with her coach, and they've managed to iron them out. So far, despite an early break in that first set, she's really been able to hold on to her serve extremely well. And actually, if we think about Griffion's semi-final yesterday, she was returning superbly. But that's actually not been happening today. De Greef has clearly been able to neutralize it from her serving performance. Impeccable. I mean, the way she's able to work out the point like that and just take her time, it's going to be really, really tough for Griffion, especially if she's hampered injury-wise. These long rallies are going to be taking their toll. And it very much looks that way indeed, because De Greef is doing a magnificent job of making Griffion work for every single point. And she is just wearing her opponent down right now. And as much as that may seem brutal, it's a brutal sport. And teammates off the court, unfortunately, are opponents today. Will be fascinating to see over the next few games just how that De Greef serve plays out, because it is the shot that can falter, especially if she's under pressure.
Love 30.
Well watched.
15-30.
Took the opportunity to let that ball bounce a couple of times. Of course, the rules in wheelchair tennis are the first bounce rather, has to land within the confines of the tennis court, and the second can land anywhere. Everything else, though, the same as able-bodied tennis. That's the sort of returning we were seeing yesterday.
30-40.
That's what got her through the semi-final match against Jinte Bos. No holding back now. Letting it all out. Oh, Lizzy DE GREEF, take a bow. She's moved almost 12, 13 meters to get into a position of hitting that lob. But to pull that off on the stretch? Outrageous. Oh, but right back at you. The level right now is something else. The returning skills from Griffion on show there. Really awkward position to hit that in, and she's found a winner off it. DE GREEF doing really well to hit that body serve to Griffion. Getting her really tucked up so she's not able to release on the forehand return.
Advantage, review. Juice.
Frustrating for Griffion. Unforced errors like that, making life very difficult for her.
Advantage, DE GREEF. Juice.
Got it. Down the line. Slotted.
Advantage, DE GREEF.
Into that passage. No chance for the oncoming Griffion. She's frustrated she didn't do more with that approach. Understandably. Because she was in charge of that rally.
Juice.
I just feel like this game is becoming increasingly vital for both players. For DE GREEF, it just, if she's able to get over the line in this game, it gives her just that little bit more confidence going into the closing stages. We know how tough it is to close out big matches. She's hit the spot there, hasn't she? Took her time, lined it up well. Could see the movement before she hit that forehand. That was just crucial to be able to find good timing on the finishing shot. But just unable to get the point that gets her over the line in this game. 3 or 4 break points come and gone.
Advantage, Griffion.
And she's got the break back.
De Greef leads 2 games to 1.
She had to work extremely hard to stay in touching distance in that game. And that is testament to her fighting spirit. She had numerous breakpoint opportunities that wavered, but she stuck at it. And Jiske GRIFFIOEN is fighting hard in this second set. Injury or not, she's going to do all she can to remain out here as long as possible, just to make it difficult for the 20-year-old.
Time.
Interesting there, just as Griffion coming back out to serve for this game, just looked like she was making the point to her coach that she just needs to let loose, especially on that forehand side. She needs to find more forehands. That's what it seemed anyway that she was saying to her coach, court side. Yeah, fabulous return. Look how early she took that, well inside the baseline. De Greef almost knew it was going there. Never looked in doubt. Look at that. No chance for last year's finalist. But just back to what Griffion was saying to her coach, I think she's right. I think if there is a slight injury there, she needs to shorten up these points. There's no use in these long rallies that she's getting drawn into. Yeah, it's too good. And the work that Griffion put in the last game to break back, De Greef is just swatting away. 2 break points. That's more like it. The come on.
30-40.
From the 6 in the world. She wants to do more of that. That's what she's going to look to do from here onwards. She's got the weapons, no doubt.
Choose.
2 break points saved. And I think says it all. The first one saved with a beautiful forehand winner. The second with a nasty slice into the backhand of De Greef. I think those are the 2 shots that are going to be crucial in getting her out of this sticky situation.
Advantage review.
And notice the come-ons after each of these points. This will be sending a message to De Greef. It's not over yet. Very much still in the balance, but that forehand wasn't. That was heavily in favour of De Greef. Been firing on all cylinders, hasn't it?
Advantage De Greef.
Oh, well played, Griffion. She was stretched there from side to side. De Greef hitting literally the opposite sides of each of the court. Defensive skills on full display from Griffion. But when forehands are struck like that, it doesn't matter how good your defensive skills are. You're not going to get a chance to show them. Yes, some really, really good attacking play right now from both players. I think there's an understanding from both that they just need to play their games more. And that's why we're seeing some slightly shorter points now.
Advantage review.
Phenomenal. Really taking matters into in her own hands now.
Game review.
Another roar from the second seed. And we're back level in this second set. The all-Dutch final living up to what we were all expecting. Fantastic performances so far, especially from this lady here. Cranking it up there on the backhand. Haven't seen too many winners on that side from De Greef, but look at that. Lined it up and boom. former junior world #1 was De Grieff. Already played all of the 4 majors on the women's tour. Really challenging the top of the game now, isn't she? Already reached the quarterfinals at the Australian Open and Roland Garros. So she's got a very adaptable game style, able to play on lots of different surfaces. And just as we've seen here this week, indoor hard court, no different. Banging return.
15-40.
And again, it looks like another break of serve is on its way. And this women's level has really improved in the last few games. Oh, I just love that forehand. Cutting through the sideline, and she didn't have much angle to play with either. But somehow she was able to find superb angle, inside in forehand. And it means she's now in the lead in this second set. She's fighting hard. And so Jiske GRIFFIOEN, last year's finalist, remember, looking to go one better this year. She's looking good in this second set. She leads by 3-2.
Time. Love.
It's a nightmare when you put in all that effort in the previous game to find the break, and then it's just your serve that lets you down. It wasn't just De Grieff that struggled on serve yesterday. Griffion also.
$15-30.
Yeah, Griffion just getting caught.
15-40.
Almost was too far ahead of that ball and it just got stuck in an awkward position, which meant an easier shot on the follow-up from De Greef. 2 break points. Misfired. And after all that work in the previous game to break the serve of De Greef, it goes in a flash. And we're back level, 3 games all in this all Dutch encounter, bidding to become the ABN AMRO wheelchair champion. Looking to follow, of course, in the footsteps last year of Lizzy DE GREEF, fellow countrywoman of these two.
Now 15. Love 30.
She's had moments of mixing up the play well, hasn't she, with almost surprising Griffion with that down the line backhand, but not that time. Oh, I mean, it was a magnificent serve. Painted the line.
Love 40.
But I think she's just becoming a little bit too predictable on that T serve, especially on the deuce side. Griffion starting to read the returns very, very handily indeed.
15-40. Net Visser. Dirty 40.
Really, really nice. Extremely well played from De Greef there. Just wrong footing Griffion. Going back behind her on that backhand. Very clever indeed. And again, Griffion just guessing the wrong way. So much of this game is anticipation. Is understanding what are the likelihood of my opponent going there. What's the likelihood of them going the other way? Because the change of direction is difficult in their wheelchairs. They make it look easy, but it is not.
Juice.
It's almost as if you're playing chess. If you can somehow read your opponent's mind and you know where they're going to go, that's going to give you a lot of advantage. because you're going to be set and ready and waiting for that next shot. So heavy, so heavy from the forehand. That had such good shape on it that it had the security, played with good margin, and it just bounced up off the surface. Really difficult for Griffion to do anything about that.
Juice. Advantage, De Greef.
You can understand the frustration. Just doing so much hard work and then unable to take advantage of it.
Game De Greef.
Tough for both players right now to string any points
Game
together.
4 games to 3.
But at the moment, it's De Greef that is holding on. She's back in front in this second set. She leads by a set and 4 games to 3.
Dames en heren, welkom in de wheelchair arena waar we kijken naar de finale. Dames enkelspel ABN AMRO Open 2025. Zoekt u een plekje uit op de tribune en kijkt u mee. Later vandaag nog halve finale heren enkelspel met erin de Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN. En later nog finale heren dubbelspel met erin Egberink, ook uit Nederland. En tot slot dames dubbel halve finale tijd van de dag. Maar voor nu zoekt u een plekje uit voor de finale. Dames enkelspel waar we in de spannende tweede set zijn beland.
Time. Love 15.
Again, just as she was coming out, Griffion just exchanging a few words with her coach. Can't say my Dutch is too up to scratch, but it did seem like she's just emphasizing the use of the forehand, but it is De Greef that is making full use of her powerful forehand this afternoon. Is this her time to pounce, does she think? Win this game, and she's serving for the title.
Love 40.
And the last thing you want to do if you're Griffion is gift cheap points. But that double fault means 3 more break points for Lizzy DE GREEF. And that forehand down the line return is looking dangerous. Griffion needs to watch out. She went huge, didn't she, with that second serve? I think she knew that anything directed to the forehand of De Greef would be dispatched, so she knew she needed to go big, otherwise it wasn't looking good, and she did just that.
30-40.
It's given her a lifeline. But these are tense moments in this final. Yep, sent her the wrong way. And somehow, Griffion manages to win that point. Turning defense into attack. I mean, that was very, very close to being end of the game.
Advantage, De Greef.
And that's the issue, just like the rest of this match. Especially this second set, she's given herself opportunities to move on, and she just hasn't taken them. Ooh. That was inches away from being a heck of a play. Could see that movement in. She's had enough of that long rally. She was ready to pounce. Again, dominating the point. She's the one moving the play around. She's the one taking more of her shots inside the baseline. It's paying off, that's for sure. And it's the backhand this time that does the job. Lizzy DE GREEF is showing it all out here this afternoon. Only 20 years of age, and she is making the best in the world look like they're having a difficult time out here. In her first ABN AMRO Wheelchair Women's Singles Final, she's found herself serving for the title. She's already won 2 ITF 1 series events, both last year in Georgia and Catalonia. But this would be her first on home soil. Can she get over the line in this game? Magnificent.
15-all.
Fighting hard still. That's what makes her such a champion. We know she had those few years out of the game after hanging up the rackets in 2017, but she showed just what she's made of by coming back and rising to the top of the game once again. Tricky slice to deal with, wasn't it? She's got a tremendous slice backhand on her, does Griffion. Something that I think she could have used more today. And again, it's so tough to deal with. De Greef obviously has a very, very extreme grip on that backhand side, so to deal with it so low, especially on that sort of incoming ball, it's difficult. Lifeline for Griffion then.
(30-40).
Big deep breaths. Gotta think there are some nerves in there somewhere. She hung in there well, and she's earned herself another shot at getting herself level. Fighting so hard to keep her hopes alive. She's determined to go one better than she did last year. Been a long second set, this hard fought, both players needing to get their fluids and electrolytes in, because so much of wheelchair tennis is about the movement. As I was saying earlier on in the match, there's not a time that they sit still, constantly moving, constantly working the arms to try and get in the right place for the next shot. And the more that this final goes on, the more it becomes fitness that plays a part in this. And we know that Griffion had the trainer on at the end of set one. She seemed to be all right. But could that play a factor? Serving to stay in the final then, after having just broken the serve of De Greef.
Well,
that's not going to help things. You can see Aniek van Koot in the back right corner there. Of course, Aniek van Koot, the #1 seed here this week, but fell in the opening round to Angelica Bernal of Colombia. It was then De Greef that took out Bernal in the semis. Just missed it.
30-15.
Those are the sorts of shots that have been pretty much landing in all day for De Greef. And when there's a few extra nerves, there's maybe a little bit of tentativeness. That means those shots that were going in just start to creep out and make life a little bit more complicated.
30-0.
Strong return into the backhand of Griffion. She's got to do what she can on the first couple of shots in these rallies. Just sets her up for the next few. She knows she can last the long rallies well. It's just going to be a matter of whether she can impose herself well enough in the first couple of shots. Let's see what happens here. Nah, forced it. Went for the winner on the return. Looked close, didn't it, from where I was sitting especially. Clinging on to this game is De Greef. Just can't tell which way this is going to go. Such a tight second set. Nothing to separate the two Dutch women. Oh, wow! Wow, wow, wow. That backhand
Advantage, review.
is incredible. Let's take a look at this. Off the half volley as well, just to add a bit more spice. Timely.
Juice.
Not again. Almost an identical shot to the one a couple of points ago. There's no way she's done that twice. In this game alone? Stop it. Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Incredible. Just showing why she's the #2 seed here this week. 6 in the world, remember. Ugh. Don't believe it. Just not quite getting up the back of the ball. Especially in those second serves that land in the net. They lean back a lot when hitting these serves, but it's just making sure you get the work on the ball by really hitting up the back of the ball. It's heavy. It's very heavy off the backhand side. And it continues to put Griffion in all sorts of trouble. And it's a first championship point for Lizzy DE GREEF. And there you have it. Lizzy DE GREEF reigns in Rotterdam. What a moment for the 20-year-old. In her first final at her home tournament, she is crowned champion of the ABN AMRO Wheelchair Women's Singles. And what a moment for the young Dutch woman. She's beaten her compatriot, Jiske GRIFFIOEN, the #6 in the world, remember. She's taken her out 6-1, 6-4 on the wheelchair arena here in Rotterdam. Look at that beaming smile. It's infectious out here, and this Dutch crowd are just delighted to see it. Congratulations all round. There is Esther Vergeer, tournament director of the wheelchair events, 7-time Paralympic champion. No doubt an idol for this woman on your screens growing up. And it's commiserations for Jiske GRIFFIOEN. She did all she could out there. Fought so hard in that second set. And it means so much. She had time out of the game in 2017 when she hung up the rackets. But then in 2022 decided to come back and try it all again. And she's done so well in working her way back up to the echelons of the game. But today, it's all about Lizzy DE GREEF. And no surprise that all cameras are on her right now, because this is her moment. Lizzy DE GREEF, ABN AMRO Wheelchair Women's Singles Champion for 2025. Well, while Lizzy DE GREEF completes her media duties after that emphatic win, let's take a little look at what is still to come for you today. Of course, this final just taking place on the wheelchair arena. Up next, not before 3 o'clock local time. If you're back in the UK, that will be 2 o'clock. So in around 15 minutes or so, it will be the men's wheelchair singles semi-final. Martin de la Puente taking on home favourite Ruben SPAARGAREN, the 4th seed. Of course, the winner of that will play Stephane Hudday, who came through his semi-final earlier on court 1. He overcame Tom Egberink. And then following that men's semi-final, it will be the doubles final on the men's side of things. That will be Tom Egberink and Joachim Gerard taking on Daniel CAVERZASCHI and Stephane Hudday. And then the doubles after that, it will be Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Hopefully she has some time to recover and get some food in her. Fingers crossed she'll be alright for this upcoming doubles semi-final. Her partner Aniek van Koot, they'll take on CABRILLANA and PHELPS in the final match of the day on the wheelchair arena. And then over on court 1, there's just one match to go, not before 5 PM local time, 4 PM in the UK if you're watching from there. That'll be a women's doubles semi-final too. Jinte Bos and Lizzy DE GREEF taking on Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker of Great Britain. So lots more exciting action still to come, and you can just see how big this is. The amount of people that are coming to watch these wheelchair events now, it's incredible, and rightly so, because the entertainment value is second to none. But the women's wheelchair singles final presentation to come up very, very soon indeed. Do stay with us here.
Dames en heren, dus zover. We gaan beginnen met de prijsuitreiking voor ABN AMRO Open 2025 dames enkelspel. Maar dat doen we niet voordat we beginnen met het bedanken van de kinderen. En ook graag een applaus voor chair umpire Sander Ummels. En dan wil ik graag naar voren halen namens ABN AMRO en toernooi-directeur Sparger. En dan nu het moment waarop u heeft gewacht. Graag een groot applaus voor de runner-up 2025 dames enkel, Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Dames en heren, de runner-up Jiske GRIFFIOEN. En dan nu, laat u horen voor de Nederlandse kampioen Lizzy DE GREEF. Dames en heren, laat u horen onze kampioene Lizzy DE GREEF. Jiske, dan zal ik met jou gaan beginnen. Ik denk dat het niet helemaal was waar je op had gehoopt vandaag.
Nee, maar ik wil beginnen met Lizzy te feliciteren. Ik denk dat je echt een hele goede finale hebt gespeeld en je gaf mij gewoon ook niet heel veel kans om in het spel te komen, dus gefeliciteerd. Het was niet helemaal waar ik op had gehoopt. Een goede week. Een week geleden stond ik met de coach op de baan en hadden we echt het idee dat ik helemaal niet vol gaan spelen. Nou, dat is wel gelukt, ook de finale gehaald, maar dat is wel een pittige week geweest omdat je niet zo goed weet hoe je ervoor staat. Dus best wel moeilijk. En vandaag een beetje teleurgesteld dat ik niet helemaal op mijn spel heb kunnen brengen, maar weer fantastisch om hier te mogen staan en volgend jaar ben ik heel graag goed.
Jiske, we zien jou ontzettend graag weer terug volgend jaar. Dames en heren, nog een groot applaus voor onze runner-up, Jiske. En dan Lizzy, het is een beetje een vibe shift, maar ik moet zeggen, kampioen ABN Open 2025, hoe voelt dat?
Dat voelt heel erg goed. Ja, ik ben er heel erg blij mee.
Hoe ontzettend trots kan je op jezelf zijn? We hadden het in de introductie al over, vorige edities eerste ronde eruit en dan nu en met het nieuwe tegel van in de badkamer, denk ik.
Ja, inderdaad. Ja, ik had natuurlijk heel erg verhoogd dat dit een presentatie zijn van deze week, maar het moet allemaal net gebeuren als je op de baan staat. Dus ik ben heel erg trots op mezelf, want het eigenlijk al het werk wat hier natuurlijk voor alles gegaan, want het komt niet uit het niks. Ja, heel erg trots op mezelf.
En hoe kijk je terug op deze gehele week?
Heel erg goed. Ik heb goede wedstrijden gespeeld en ik kijk uit naar de toekomst. Ja, dat is ook nog.
Inderdaad, er staan nog wedstrijden op het programma. Dankjewel voor de reclame daarvoor, dat is later vandaag. Voor nu nog een groot applaus voor onze kampioen Lizzy DE GREEF. En tot slot wil ik dan naar onze toernooidirecteur Sparger gaan, die ook vast nog wat mooie woorden voor ons heeft.
Nou, ik weet niet of ik hier overheen kom. We zijn aan het einde van een fantastische tennisweek, denk ik weer. Ik ben ongelooflijk trots dat we hier met z'n allen staan. En volgens mij hebben we bij deze laten zien dat we tennis ook op een hele mooie manier kunnen vieren. Ik start natuurlijk allereerst willen bedanken en van Jiske en natuurlijk van Lizzy, wat jullie hebben neergezet, laat zien waar onze tennis op dit moment staat. En ik denk dat jullie als speelsters en nou ja, ook als spelers die hier straks nog mogen, maar ongelooflijk trots mogen zijn dat we dit met z'n allen aan het bouwen zijn. Dus één applaus nog even voor de speelsters. Zo'n toernooi kan natuurlijk niet plaatsvinden zonder de ondersteuning van partners en sponsors. En bij deze wil ik ABN AMRO echt uit het diepst van mijn hart bedanken dat wij de kans krijgen om de spelers, om het rolstoeltennis op een gelijk podium te laten zien. En dat dus we laten zien dat sport voor iedereen is en dat iedereen een plezier moet uitbeleven aan de sport. Buiten ABN AMRO zijn er nog heel veel meer partners, Ahoy, ATP en natuurlijk ook alle vrijwilligers en de mensen achter de schermen, van de catering tot aan de chauffeurs, tot de fysio's. Iedereen die bij heeft gedragen aan dit toernooi maakt het mogelijk en maakt het dat dit zo'n ongelooflijk sportfeest is. Dus één groot applaus voor al die partners die dit mogelijk maken. We zijn bijna aan het einde van het toernooi. We hebben echt nog een paar hele mooie wedstrijden te gaan, maar stiekem denken we alweer aan volgend jaar. En ook daar proberen we weer een volgende stap te zetten op het gebied van innovatie, vernieuwing en verbeteringen voor het toernooi. En ik denk dat zonder jullie als publiek het een andere week zou zijn. Dus ook voor jullie als publiek, jullie maken de sfeer. Jullie laten zien dat jullie sport en tennis omarmen zoals sport bedoeld is voor iedereen. Dus ook voor jullie een groot applaus dat jullie dit evenement zo bijzonder maken. Als allerlaatste zou ik eigenlijk willen aanmoedigen om vooral vandaag te blijven, om nog meer mooie wedstrijden te zien. Laat je inspireren door tennis. Hopelijk gaan jullie ook zo meteen naar huis met een tas vol inspiratie en hopen jullie volgend jaar weer hier te mogen zien. Dank jullie wel.
Dankjewel Esther, dan rollen we het hier af voor nog één daverend applaus voor onze finalisten Jiske GRIFFIOEN en Lizzy DE GREEF. Dank jullie wel en zoals Esther al zei, de hele dag nog rolstoeltennis hier in de Wheelchair Arena. Tot dan. Dames en heren, de Wheelchair Arena gaat gewoon door. Zo direct, halve finale. Heren enkelspel met de heer Martín de la Puente. Dat spreek ik uit op zijn Spaans, want dat is een Spanjaard tegen de Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN. Zo direct hier in de Wheelchair Arena, halve finale, heren enkelspel. Dus ik zou zeggen, zoek een plekje en kijk er gezellig mee. Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena waar we zo gaan beginnen. Aan de halve finale, heren enkel, hier bij het ABN AMRO Open. Martín de la Puente uit Spanje neemt het op tegen de als vierde geplaatste Ruben SPAARGAREN. En hier zijn ze al, nog niet eens aangekondigd, de ballenkinderen. hem nu voorstellen, onze chair empire van vandaag. Dat is Patrick van Tongeren. Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena. We gaan kijken naar de halve finale heren enkelspel. Waar de als eerste geplaatste Spanjaard Martín de la Puente het op gaat nemen tegen Ruben SPAARGAREN. Samen stonden ze nog in de halve finale in het dubbelspel, waar ze maar nip verloren in de match tiebreak en vandaag dus tegen elkaar. Martín de la Puente uit Vigo, Spanje is momenteel de nummer 3 van de wereld en is als eerste geplaatst in dit toernooi. Deze 25-jarige rechtshandige speler is voor de 8e keer al in Rotterdam aanwezig. Hij staat bekend om zijn snelheid en passie op de baan. Na vorig jaar als runner-up te zijn geëindigd hier op het ABN AMRO Open, is hij dit jaar uit op de winst. Geef hem een warm applaus, Martín de la Puente. Zijn tegenstander is Ruben SPAARGAREN uit Alsmeer en dat is in Nederland. Momenteel de nummer 8 van de wereld en als 4e geplaatst in het toernooi. SPAARGAREN vierde zijn 10-jarig jubileum als internationaal rolstoeltennisser in 2024 door de kwartfinale van de Paralympische Spelen in Parijs te bereiken. Eerder haalde hij hier al de halve finale. Nu is hij uit op een finale plek. Laten we met daverend applaus verwelkomen onze eigen Ruben. SPAARGAREN.
3 minutes.
Dames en heren, u hoorde net omgeroepen worden. Over 3 minuten gaan we beginnen aan de halve finale heren enkelspel. Neemt u gerust plek op de tribune en kijk mee naar deze halve finale bij het ABN AMRO Open hier in Rotterdam.
Two minutes. ABN AMRO Open 2025 is semi-final gold in the best of 3 third sets. Ruben SPAARGAREN won a toss and chose to receive.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the wheelchair arena here at the ABN AMRO Open in Rotterdam. I hope you've all managed to recover from what was an exhilarating first match of the day here on this very court. Just moments ago, Lizzy DE GREEF claiming her first Rotterdam title and doing it in just sensational form, getting the better of her countrywoman Jiske GRIFFIOEN. 6-1, 6-4, straight sets victory for the 20-year-old.
1 minute.
And she is no longer just challenging the top of the game. She is the top of the game. And it was a magnificent crowd watching on in that women's wheelchair singles final. But now our attention turns to the men's singles.
13 seconds.
As the last remaining Dutchman in the draw, Ruben SPAARGAREN, 4th seed on your screens. He's been in fine form this week. He's the number 7 in the world. 25 years of age. Turned pro back 10 years ago in 2015. And he's got a good record to go by his name this year. 5-3 on the ITF Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour. And he's taken on the main man himself. On your screens, Martin de la Puente of Spain. The number 3 ranked man in the wheelchair singles rankings. Also 25 years of age. Turned pro in 2013, so has been on the tour a couple of years longer than SPAARGAREN. But isn't he having a wonderful year? Semi-finals in Australia a few weeks ago. But it is Martin de la Puente that will get this second semi-final tipped off. He stays true to the Spanish identity, doesn't he, on a tennis court? Not quite sure if that's a mix between red and pink, or if it's pink, or if it's red, but either way, it's him showing that he is representing his country the best he can. He doesn't shy away from hard work, does Martin de la Puente. Such a magnificent worker on the court. You can hear already in his grunt. He puts everything into every shot, does this man. He's got a punishing serve, punishing ground strokes when they're put into full effect. Does de la Puente. He really has improved his game over the last few seasons. He's always been a contender, but he's starting winning a lot more of those big matches over the past year or so. Oh, and that's just trademark de la Puente.
14-30.
He is so strong. He may well have been almost in the back fence on a few of those shots, but his core strength, his forearm, especially on the backhand side, generating so much work on the ball, which got him out of trouble there. And then it's the trusty mid-court forehand winner that seals the deal. Great start from the #1 seed. De la Puente out in front early on. First game on the board. Actually has a bit more of a flatter game, I suppose, to what is generally known as the Spanish way of doing things. Obviously, growing up on clay and having so much clay in Spain, tend to use a lot more spin to Spanish tennis players. But de la Puente actually models his game a lot more around the flat forehand, just like that. His ability to flatten out his shots and just end the point in a flash is something to watch out for today in this semi-final. Well played, Spargaren.
15-all.
Also on the up is this man. Up to 7 in the world now. So the underdog here in this match, no doubt. But as you can see early on, some of these exchanges,
13-15.
the ball striking is phenomenal. And Spargaren has some talent of his own to show in his home tournament. Especially on that backhand side. Some of those strikes were formidable. Oof, what a return.
30 all.
Tried to tuck him up in the body there, did Spargaran, but De La Puente ready for that. Hasn't taken long for him to get his iron on those returns. Just love the way this guy composes himself. Love his demeanor on court. Such a big fan. He's got break point. Oh, he just missed it. Just missed long. It's incredible, isn't it? The sound effects that we're able to hear thanks to the on-court mics, but they get louder and louder as De La Puente gets further and further back. Just showing that Spargaran is moving his opponent around a lot. First ace of the match for Ruben SPAARGAREN. Yeah, good hold, an important hold for Spargaran to get his service games on the board. And a good little early test for the Dutchman. Fans still working their way back onto the wheelchair arena here after what was an emotional end to the women's final, women's wheelchair singles final, I should say.
Love 15.
Fantastic angle. Seems to be a weapon that Martin De La Puente is going to have to be wary of moving forward. If he's going to go into the backhand, it's going to have to be of a good enough standard to ensure Spargaran doesn't do more of that.
Love 30. Love 40.
Swatted away down the line. moved on to it really, really well. Certainly no holding back at the moment from Sparger. He's earned himself 3 break points, and they're coming all in a row. And he won't have to touch a ball in order to clinch the break. Martin de la Puente with the first double fault of this semi-final, and Ruben SPAARGAREN, the final remaining Dutchman in the men's wheelchair singles draw, gets an early break in this second semi-final.
Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena waar u kijkt. Dus naar de halve finale heren enkelspel tussen de als vierde geplaatste Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN en de als eerste geplaatste Martin de la Puente. Na deze wedstrijd de finale herendubbel, allemaal hier in de ABN AMRO Wheelchair Arena. Zoekt u een plekje op de tribune en kijkt u mee naar deze halve finale.
And we just see some pictures just outside the wheelchair arena. Of course, Lucy Schuker on the left there of the banners. Ruben SPAARGAREN. Alfie Hewitt, of course. Double champion here in Rotterdam for the last 2 years and has won many more before that. And of course, Dieder de Groot finishing the lineup on that far side of the banner. Some huge names have graced us with their presence here in Rotterdam over the last few years.
Block 15.
Of course, Alfie Hewitt and Tokito Oda no longer in the draw. They actually decided not to enter this event. Presumably decided to take some rest after a busy few weeks down under in Australia. Of course, those two making the final at the first Grand Slam of the year in Melbourne. Alfie Hewitt coming away victorious, winning his 22nd Grand Slam title. Incredible. And so is that.
15-all.
Lovely little touch there from Sparger. He's actually showcasing a lot of skill out here right now. A lot of variation. It's troubling De La Puente.
$13.50.
Yeah, so far in this match, it really does seem to be that Sparger is the one dictating play out there. A lot of the points that have happened so far, De La Puente, you can hear him struggling around the court. He's the one that's having to chase down a lot of balls right now. That'll be to the delight of Sparger and his team watching on. Oh, and he did enough on the stretch. He was able to find enough power, and that ball was moving. And when I mean moving, I mean that went from side to side. Seemed to have a lot of work on the ball, a lot of spin. And actually, although De La Puente had all that space to hit into, it was just too difficult to control for the Spaniard. And so Sparger consolidates the break. De La Puente serving at 1-3. And I've mentioned it earlier on today, but it does seem to be that play where they go back behind on the third shot, especially if you're serving. For example, in that situation, De La Puente's gone into the forehand of Sparger, and then the second ball he hits, he then goes back into that corner. So Sparger has a lot of movement to do, and it's not easy movement because he's got to turn his whole chair and his whole upper body. Missed by far. He's not afraid to go for that sort of shot, is he, the Dutchman? But as I was saying, don't be surprised if both these players use that tactic a lot, back behind their opponent. Oh, unbelievable. Sparger polishing off at the net. I was just about to say, or get ready to say at least, that he looked a bit vulnerable up at the net there. De La Puente had a good hit on that passing shot. But although he didn't do enough on the passing shot, credit to the volley of Sparger. A drop volley for the ages, that one. Oh, but that is very, very nice.
14-15.
We haven't mentioned it yet, but the kick serve of De La Puente is dangerous. Creates a lot of space in that forehand wing of Sparger. Dispatched nicely. Might not look quite as strong as De La Puente, but this guy is fit. He can hit a lot of winners from back in the court. Partly due to technique, but a lot down to upper body strength too. Oh, goodness. Fair play. I mean, wow. Striking from both sides at the moment. The number 4 seed. Impressing out here on the wheelchair arena. De La Puente just rushing Sparger for time there. Seems to be that could be important today, because give Sparger any time at all and he's hitting winners right now. So it's up to De La Puente to take on the ball a little bit more than he is doing at the moment. That last point was better. Okay then. De La Puente with a lovely backhand down the line winner. And that's more like it from the Spaniard. The number 1 seed getting to back within a game of the Dutchman.
Uit Spanje samen met Ruben SPAARGAREN gaan uitvechten. Wie er morgen in de finale van het heren enkelspel staat. Voor nu kijkt u naar de halve finale. Later vandaag finale dubbelspel heren en halve finale dames dubbelspel. Maar voor nu Halve finale heren enkelspel voor een plek in de finale van het ABN AMRO Open 2025 hier in Ahoy.
Time.
Sparger has already got 4 ITF 1 series titles to his name. Of course, this week's event in Rotterdam also an ITF 1 series. So he's been in the latter stages of these types of events before. Stunning touch to La Puente. Does like that little one, that little dink over the net. He goes for the big forehand and then for the contrasting drop shot to finish. It does work well. He loves it too, doesn't he? You almost sense him going up through the gears in that point. The sound of his grunt just gradually increasing. Gradually he's getting more and more ferocious. Oh, Martin de la Puente.
30-40.
God, this guy has the ability to generate so much power from back in that backhand corner. Trademark. Powerful Puente, we can call him, can't we? He's got the break back. He worked hard for that. He wanted it badly in that game. You could sense him up the intensity. And we're back level. in this semi-final. Remember, the winner to play Stephane Hudday, who came through his semi-final earlier on over on court 1 by beating Dutch third seeds Tom Egberink 6-2, 7-5. Hudday won. That was his 16th win out of 17 over the Dutchman for Hudday. An incredible stat against a very, very good player in Egberink. Not the drop shot he was looking for on that occasion. It is Spargaren's favourite surface, this, the hard court. He's had good results on most surfaces, actually, but this is his one he likes the most. He would have been targeting this at the start of the year. Home soil, favourite surface. The top 2 ranked wheelchair men's singles players not in the draw, remember. Torquito Oda and Alfie Hewitt. A real opportunity for these two men to clinch an ITF 1 series title. Oh, he's missed it. And just, I mean, that slice was superb. The depth on it, the amount of cut on the ball that skidded through the surface, it meant that Spargaren had to hit up. And that set up a really, really nice volley for De La Puente, but he just went for too much on it. A great view there, wasn't it, for half of that point, just to get that zoomed in view of one of the players in the point, just showing how much they have to move. And a lot of the time they're having to move with their back to the ball. Oh, cracking stuff.
13-14.
I was just thinking how far back he was and how much work he had to do from back there in order to try and get back into the point. But again, it's the slice doing the damage. And that slice just bought him some time to get himself back into a better position. Often the slice is slightly slower. It means also that the opponent's shot is then going to be slightly slower too, because they don't have the pace of the ball to hit onto. So it's really clever, but that return is also a clever one. And he got the pace he wanted off the serve. And he used that pace in the return. And despite an impressive break in the game before by De La Puente, Ruben SPAARGAREN breaks straight back. He leads 4-3 in this opening set.
Het staat 4-3 voor de Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN tegen de Spanjaard Martin De La Puente. Zoek gerust een plek op de tribune. Kijkt u mee naar deze halve finale. Later vandaag ook nog finale heren dubbel. Het belooft een spektakel te worden hier in de Wheelchair Arena.
Time. Love 15.
Of course, Sparger looking to reach his first final here in Rotterdam. He's performed well here over the years. 2024, last year, lost in the quarterfinals to Alfie Hewitt, who then went on to win. Lost in the semi-finals in 2023. Again, that loss came to Alfie Hewitt, who also, again, went on to win. There's a trend happening here. And then in 2020-21, lost in round 1 to Stephane Hudday, who, of course, earlier on booked his place as the first man into the final. If he did go on to win the title here, Sparger, it would be 10 years on from his first ever ITF 1 Series title back in 2015. Incredible. That was at the Belgian Open. That first title came when he was only 15. So a break back point for Martin de la Puente. And both these two players have performed well this year so far. Strong showings at the Australian Open. Of course, de la Puente losing in the semis to Tokito Oda, 6-1, 6-1. And then Sparger losing out in the quarters to Alfie Hewitt.
Advantage, de la Puente.
But a couple of errors sneaking in to the game of Sparger over the last game. Despite working hard to get up in this set, he's giving opportunities straight back to the Spaniard. Second break point of the game. And he's taken it as the number 3 in the world and the number 1 seed here this week. He doesn't want to miss too many opportunities like that, and he's taken that one with both hands. The second serve wasn't quite good enough, but de la Puente made the space to hit the forehand just as well as he did. And we're back level. I think it's an easy assumption to make that just as in able-bodied tennis, wheelchair tennis should go with serve. It's not as easy for these guys to dominate on serve. And I mean, despite
15 all.
how good of a kick serve that was, as I said, it's not as easy to be able to dominate as much on serve. They're hitting from a lower contact point. That means they've got to hit up in order to get it over the net. And to get it back in, they've got to hit a lot of spin on the ball. But what that means is then the returner actually has quite a nice hit on it, because it's at a nice point to be able to make contact with the return. Lovely forehand. Nicely put away from De La Puente. But the serves, they don't have that real skid that some of the able-bodied guys can get that are standing at 6+ feet tall. That's actually why De La Puente's kick serve can be really effective in wheelchair tennis. Because the way he's able to lean back with his torso and get that work on the ball can be really effective, just like that.
30 all.
That serve is the more natural one for De La Puente and for the other players on the wheelchair tour to hit. And so I think if more players can adopt that style of serve, they're going to see a lot more success in their service games. Beautiful backhand, beautifully struck. Not easy when you're rushing in to try and get the ball before it bounces up too high. Wanted to get there before it bounced twice, but also wanted to get there early enough so it was in a nice height to hit. Perfect from the Spaniard. Yeah, wrong-footed Spargaren on the second serve. Went down the tee, one that he hasn't been hitting as much, and it paid off. Had a nice forehand to follow up. It's back in the lead is the #1 seed. 5-4, he leads.
Time. Net. Second set. Lot 15.
So critical moments in this first set. We're approaching very, very much the latter stage of this opening set, and this is where champions are made.
Net. First serve.
we just missed it.
15 all.
Really, really good attempt from De La Puente just to see off that rally early on. That's where I think he's had his biggest success in the last few games. Remember, he was a breakdown early on in this opening set.
That's the serve.
And he's worked his way back into the lead. Spargaren was dominating proceedings early on. Textbook De La Puente. That flat backhand return straight back down the middle, causing Spargaren just to get a little bit muddled with his positioning. And as much as he did well to get it back into play, it was De La Puente who was ready to pounce.
15, 14.
Cries of Vamos from the man in red. And he's managed to wingle his way into producing himself a couple of set points. Well done. Did what he needed to do on that forehand. Didn't go too big, didn't go too close to the line. Really nicely played from Spargaren. Still in this first set. Back at juice now. Oh, the timing on that smash, impeccable. I mean, smashes are difficult at the toughest of times, but he had to track back to get himself in a good enough position to be able to hit that. A smash good enough to earn himself another set point. His second of this set now. Yeah, I did think that he was going to not hold back on that return. I mean, if you did manage to see his return on the first serve that was missed by Spargaren, absolutely smashed it. But seemed a little bit careless, that one. No! Set the point up so well. I was just thinking how impressive it was. And I mean, doesn't that just say it all, just how impressive that previous smash from De La Puente was? I mean, you can see just how easy they can make it look, but then they can also make it look like reality, difficult. And that's what happened in that last match by Sparger. Martin de la Puente, his passion, his motivation, his love for the game, all coming into play in that set, because he was looking like the player who was struggling the most early on. But he's come from a breakdown in that opening set. De la Puente out in front. He's now one set away from the final of the ABN AMRO Wheelchair Men's Singles.
En voor nu neem een plekje op de tribune in voor de halve finale heren enkelspel.
Time. Second set, Martin de la Puente to set.
Looking in very good spirits is the #1 seed here this week. De la Puente set to the good and starting off this second set.
Block.
What I love about the game of De La Puente, that he is very, very happy to go and meet the ball. No matter how quick, how much pace that ball is coming in with, he doesn't hold back, he doesn't hold off. Loves to go and meet the ball. Loves to take the ball on. And I think that's so important in the sport of wheelchair tennis. You'll notice that the recovery of both of these players, and indeed everyone on the tour, is just crucial. Because after they've hit that shot, they'll then try and retreat with their back to the ball, remember. But also trying to look at where their opponent is about to hit it, just to enable them to be able to move on to the next shot. That's lovely from Spargaren.
40-50.
Full out attack from the Dutchman there. It'll be interesting to see how he's feeling early on in this second, because he was looking good, as I said early on in that first set. But just things got away from him. De La Puente upped his level and Spargaren couldn't quite match that. Wow, what depth on the return.
Juice.
Couple of cries of muy bien from De La Puente. I'm assuming a little bit of sarcasm there from the Spaniard. Not too pleased with that timing of that double fault. Yeah, he's read it well. Brilliant pass from De La Puente. Vamos, he says. Very, very pleased with that pass. And that is the problem when Spargaren does come to the net. And if you don't get that approach right, you're very, very vulnerable, because you've pretty much almost got to guess, because it's unlikely that De La Puente was going to go down the middle there. I mean, that is incredible from both players. I mean, I put my hands up to both of them there, because as much as De La Puente gets the better of Spargaren in the end, I mean, they've both put in a lot of hard yards there. What I do find amazing about this man here, De La Puente, is that he's able to stay very, very loose in his shots. In tennis, you've got to stay loose with your swings in order to gain the power. If you're too tense, if you're too tight, you're actually going to lose power. And I'll tell you why I'm surprised that he's able to maintain that looseness.
That's second serve. Love 50.
My thought process behind it is that he is having to be so intense with his movement, with his arms, with his biceps, with his triceps, in order to get himself around the court. But milliseconds after his movement, he's having to hit his shot, whether that be a forehand or a backhand. He's then having to all of a sudden transform his mind into thinking, I've got to be loose here, and I've got to swing very, very loose. So that ability to go from one to the other, I am very, very impressed with. There's a saying that you've got to have intensity without tensity. And that means exactly that. You've got to be able to have very intense movement without being tense with your arms. And you've got to stay loose. That's what both these two players are very, very good at. That's why they're the top 10 in the rankings. So worrying signs for Spargaren. He's going to have the help of the Dutch crowd, I think, in order to get him back into this one, because things are looking very, very good for De La Puente. The Spaniard with 2 break points now. Yeah, I think it's come off the line. Good 1-2 punch from Spargaren. Using the first serve and the forehand to their full effect. Fabulous. Textbook. Big kick serve out wide to the backhand of De La Puente. And a nice forehand to finish into the open space. Beautiful. Tactically so astute is Spargaren. You can tell in the way he's been playing. A great tennis mind. First entered the top 10 back in 2022, did Spargaren. He got there with a few wins over top 10 ranked opponents. And of course his first ITF 1 series title in career. Oh my goodness. The speed behind that backhand injection. Quite something. That looked a little rushed, if I'm honest, from Spargaren. Surprising, because we haven't seen too many areas like that that look a bit scuffy, really. Haven't seen that much at all today. It's very, very unfortunate indeed, and not the time to hit a double. De La Puente not having to do too much in that return of serve game to get the break, and he's out in front once again, this time with a 2-love lead.
About 15. Love, 30.
It's an important game, this, for Spargaren. If he were to go 3-love down, I do feel that that is potentially a step too far. But if he can get an early break back here, things are very much still for the taking.
15-30.
Can't afford to be missing returns like that, and I think a very, very important game. And they're not serves that are really too troublesome, are they? So Sparger will be very, very disappointed with those couple of returns that have come in the last 2 points. De La Puente, on the other hand, will be delighted to see them drift long.
That's first serve.
Three errors in a row now from Sparger, and he's letting De La Puente off the hook. Had a good start to this return game. Love 30 up on the serve of De La Puente. An opportunity potentially has now gone astray. Wow. Wow. He still wants it this game. He does that have, excuse me, he does have that ability to hit winners from pretty much anywhere on the court. Oh, that is incredible from Sparger. De La Puente is quick, and out of anyone on the tour, he is the one that you would have thought to get to that drop shot, but that second bounce was almost inches away from the net. Incredible half volley from Sparger. Good response from the Spaniard. Squatting away any hope. He's still in this, the Dutchman. And they'll be happy to get on the board in this second set. Still trailing though. De La Puente leads 2-1 and by a set to the good.
Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena waar je kijkt naar de halve finale heren-enkelspel. De Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN en de Spanjaard Martien de la PUENTE vechten op een plek in de finale morgen. Later, na deze wedstrijd, nog heren-dubbelfinale. Belooft ook een spektakel te worden. Blijft zich vooral kijken, rosselt en start de dag hier in de Wheelchair Arena.
Of course, great to have this event coexisting alongside the ATP 500 men's event in Rotterdam this week. Happening right now on the able-bodied men's singles centre court. Alex de Minaur looking good against Matteo Bellucci of Italy. The Aussie leading the Italian 6-1, 5-2. Currently serving for the match. That is a men's semi. And then, of course, the other semi. Carlos Alcaraz taking on Hubert Hurkacz a little later on, 6:30. Got the smash just right that time, did Spargeren. Nice to see him make the small adjustments. Oh, wow. The volley is phenomenal from Spargeren. Technically got that spot on, because anything else would have meant that volley drift wide. Carefully watched. Didn't need to do too much on that final volley. Very, very easy to think, oh, that's a nice smash, I'll smack this one away, but just delicately put into the right spot from De La Puente. It's a really strong return, isn't it? Because it's played with good margin, with good spin. He's not risking too much on that return, yet it does a lot of damage. More break points. Wow, took that super early. That's the way to do it. Hardly took any... Hardly gave up any ground in that final shot. Same again. Little clip of the net, maybe just putting De La Puente off. Not easy to readjust in the wheelchair. Hand of apology from Spargaren. This match has been played in great spirit so far. Really, really good to see. Such great role models are these players at the top of the game, inspiring the next generation to pick up a racket and get on court. His fist goes up in the air in celebration of clinching that game. He had to dig deep into those longer exchanges, did Spargaren. But he'll be delighted with that, and he's earned himself a hold of serve. Even Stevens in this second set now. 2 games all. Good to see some of the younger generation in the crowd watching on. Talking of inspiring the next generation. Of course, Esther Vergeer, the tournament director for the wheelchair events here in Rotterdam this week, doing amazing things in and around the event. Some great activations happening on earlier in the week with Gordon Reed and Ben Bartram, of course, the young Brit. Aniek van Koot also present at the activation where they were getting more people just having a go at the sport and getting involved. So that was really, really good to see. Esther Vergeer, of course, a 7-time Paralympic champion, now heading up the event. Will be fascinating to see what these players go on to do after they hang up their rackets, after they say goodbye to their playing career. I'm sure a lot of them will stay in the sport, given how much they have done for it so far and how much the sport has given them. Interesting. Very, very interesting. De La Puente taking his eye off the ball in the last couple of games, and all of a sudden Spargaren has got some chances to take the lead back in this second set, just as he did in the first. Remember, he was up a break in that first set. Yeah. He's got it. Beautifully hit, lobbed, beautifully timed, beautifully struck. Everything about it was perfection.
heren enkelspel. Op weg naar de finale.
He's back in front. 3 games to 2. The Dutchman leads.
Kijk je mee naar de halve finale heren enkelspel. En later vandaag finale herendubbel en nog halve finale damesdubbel. Maar nu eerst de Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN die in de tweede set 3-2 voor staat tegen de Spanjaard Martín de la Puente.
Dames en heren, gaat dus snel zitten. Time. Lot 15.
It's one thing that I think a lot of the players struggle with is just stringing points and games together. I think when you don't have a really dominant serve to go to back up the return, it's really, really difficult to win games in a row. And in terms of momentum,
15.
that's really, really difficult to deal with because tennis is very, very much a momentum sport. Often players will be good front runners. They like to be in the lead, but then often some players will be the opposite. Some will like to be trailing in the scoreboard because they feel less pressure and they can start to release some of their shots and really go for it a bit more, and that's when they start to play their best. So it is really, really interesting the way that differs, but what is pretty much common across the board is that whatever they prefer, they will be preferring it because it gives them the most momentum. They'll be stringing points together. And that's something that I feel could have been done better so far today by these two players. But what they are doing so well is digging deep. And I might say that yes, they could have strung more points together, but actually maybe they're making it tough for the opponent to do that because every point they are on it. Always looking to make it difficult for the opponent. Quality returning. Martín de la Puente, the #1 seed. We're back level. 3 games all now in this second set. And it's still all to play for. Can't tell you which way this is going to go. It's so even. Yeah, he's happy with that return, isn't he? Rightly so. Lots more people flocking into the wheelchair arena now towards the latter stages of this second men's semi-final. A reminder that Stephane Hudday, the unseeded Frenchman, is into the final after overcoming Tom Egberink, the Dutch third seed, earlier today on court 1. 6-2, 7-5, that result. seemingly impossible task that was for De La Puente, but he's made it. I mean, very, very impressive improvisation on one of those earlier shots just to get some sort of string on it. Incredible. Brilliantly dispatched from Spargaren. Flattened out the forehand. So both players continuing to struggle on serve, especially in this second set, and just like the last couple of games, break points. He must feel like he's very, very close now. And if he can just get over the line in this service game, he'll feel very much as if he's just points away. Because he'll feel confident on the returning game for sure. Especially given how this set has gone on, because as I was saying before, they've both struggled on serve, but if De La Puente can somehow turn that around now, goodness me, he'll be feeling confident going into the next game or two. Yeah, a very, very impressive hold from De La Puente. From 15-40 down, he's worked his way back into that game, and he's now clinched it. And to the fist pump of De La Puente, that means he's a delighted man. He's back out in front. In this second set, he leads by a set and 4 games to 3.
Direct hierna, de finale heren dubbel rolstoeltennis belooft een waar spektakel te worden. Dus daar kunt u lekker voor blijven zitten. De gehele dag hier nog rolstoeltennis op de Wheelchair Arena bij het ABN AMRO Open.
Dames en heren, gaat u snel zitten, dank u wel. Time.
So it's very much crunch time in this second men's semi-final of the day. Remember, best of 3 sets. And a third set to be played if somehow Sparger can turn this match around. That third set would be a full third set, remember, unlike in the doubles where they play a championship tiebreak. Quality from the racket of this man. All 4 of those shots hit with such good intent. And did well to just adjust his positioning for that final smash, because it's easy to get overexcited there. Again, I just feel like Martin de la Puente knows when to up the intensity. And I know it's hard to imagine that he can go much higher than this, but I think this is peak de la Puente. He can sense a real opportunity now. Dangerous territory for Sparger. De la Puente's now got a second serve to look at. Will he get his forehand into play on this one? Oh, take a bow, Ruben SPAARGAREN. And the crowd enjoyed that one too. What a rally. It's got to be one of the longest of the match. I mean, there were moments in that I thought De La Puente was going to crash into the branding backboards, but he managed to stay clear. But fair play, Ruben SPAARGAREN. Fabulous point construction. Moving De La Puente round to every corner of the court, it seemed. Sensational Sparger. The last couple of points have been very, very timely indeed to come up with some shot making of the highest quality. Wow, what a hold that is. 15-30 down. It was looking to be De La Puente's time to look to try and finish off this match, but Sparger, he's a fighter, all right. And we're back level against all odds. A couple of service holds in a row. That's been rare, to say the least. Will it continue? packed crowds here now in this wheelchair arena to see the culmination of this second men's semi-final of the day. Pure entertainment. Presumably, a few of these people coming off the Demon or Bellucci match, so they'll be flocking in after that to catch some of this action, because they won't want to miss this either.
Vamos, vamos!
13-15.
Crunching off backhand there. Oh, the back behind just works so well in these conditions. De La Puente understanding that superbly. Just love that tactic.
Again, De La Puente.
Yeah, another magnificent hold. Make it 3 holds in a row in this second set. De La Puente back out in front. He leads 5-4. 1 game away now from booking himself into another final here in Rotterdam.
Welkom in de Wheelchair Arena. U kijkt naar de halve finale van het heren enkelspel tussen de Spanjaard Martín de la Puente en de Nederlander Ruben SPAARGAREN. We zitten in de tweede set. Hierna heren finale dubbelspel met de Nederlander Egberink die samen met de Belg Joachim Gerard op zal nemen tegen Daniel CAVERZASCHI uit Spanje die samen met Stephane Hudday gaat proberen ook dit toernooi te winnen. Maar voor nu, heren enkel halve finale hier bij het ABN AMRO Open.
Just having a look at the world rankings as they speak. Of course, Tikito Oda up at the very top, followed by Alpha Hewitt, and then it is the man on your screen, Martín de la Puente, who sits in third. But there's a long way to go in terms of points to try and match Alfie Hewitt. Hewitt on 4,893 points, Oda on 5,631 points. But a win in Rotterdam for De La Puente would get him ever closer to Alfie Hewitt. Wow, that is really nice, and rightly so, acknowledged by Sparger, and what a good sport he is, but that was some smash. A bounce smash from pretty much on the baseline. What a time to do it. That's a bad miss, especially from someone such as De La Puente. 15 all, potentially points away from clinching your spot in the final. God, it feels tense, doesn't it? You can tell that the players know that these are critical moments, as the scoreline suggests. I mean, obviously, both feeling the nerves out here. Potentially 2 points away now. Cracking stuff from De La Puente. And the fist pump is out once again because he's earned himself his first match point with that fantastic backhand winner. But it's saved from Sparger. Another missed return. De La Puente getting a bit ahead of himself, arguably. Cool, calm, collected from Sparger.
De La Puente.
Second match point. Can he make the return on this occasion? Martin De La Puente from Spain books himself a spot in tomorrow's final. A second final in Rotterdam in his illustrious career. What a performance to take out the in-form Ruben SPAARGAREN. 6-4, 6-4 here on the Wheelchair Arena. searching for his 9th ITF 1 Series title. And he's got a chance to do just that tomorrow.
Gaan wij door met de finale heren dubbel rolstoeltennis. Een waar spektakel hier in de Wheelchair Arena tussen de Spanjaard CAVERZASCHI, die samen met de Fransman Stephane Houdet op gaat nemen tegen Joachim Gerard uit België en onze eigen Egberink uit Nederland. Zo zeggen we, blijft u lekker zitten, zoek een mooi plekje uit en over enkele ogenblikken finale herendubbel hier bij het ABN AMRO in Ahoy, Rotterdam.
A word with his coaches, a congratulations, a good work, as he goes one better than last year after he lost in the semi-finals to Joachim Gerard in 2024. Of course, he made the final here a couple of years ago in 2023 where he lost to Alfie Hewitt, but no Hewitt to stop him now. He will face Stephane Hudday in the final, and let's hear from him now.
Congratulations on the win, well done. That was a big fight.
Yeah, we know Ruben pretty well since we were juniors, and first of all, congratulate him. He's pushing me a lot. He's playing very, very good since the beginning of the year. We're playing doubles together now, so we know a little bit more each other. And I'm so happy for my team. They were pushing a lot today. It was difficult, but I'm very happy with the way we played, and I'm very happy to be here again in Rotterdam.
And now back in the finals. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes, very looking forward. Hopefully there's the same crowd as there was now. We love to be here in the Netherlands. I think the wheelchair tennis is growing a lot thanks to the work that they're doing here, and we're ready tomorrow for another fight.
We love having you here as well, Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, onze finalist Martin de la Puente.
Well, a huge congratulations to Martin de la Puente. He will now face Stephane Hudday in tomorrow's men's wheelchair singles final. What an exciting matchup. But that's all from me, Alex Hyman. For now, Mark Valady will be with you for the remaining matches here on the Wheelchair Arena. I'm heading over to Court 1 for the women's wheelchair doubles semi-final. Do join me there if you can. Bye-bye for now.
It's Bally the mascot. There you go, everybody. We were wondering, weren't we? Larger than life figure, mascot here. There he is, Bally. Good afternoon, by the way. Hello, welcome back to this fabulous wheelchair arena at the 2025 ABN AMRO Open. My name is Mark Valley. Time for the men's doubles final. The 4 players are now on courts, and it is a final one hopes to savour. Tom Egberink, Joachim Gerard beat top seeds yesterday. Martin de la Puente and Ruben SPAARGAREN. Incidentally, de la Puente and SPAARGAREN just played off in the men's singles a few moments ago. Tight match that, really tight. De la Puente coming through 6-4, 6-4. He will be in tomorrow's singles final and will place Stephane Hudday. If you're with us earlier on court number 1, he beat Tom Egberink 6-2, 7-5. So these finals are beginning to take shape now. And this final, well, it should be a good one. Egberink, Gerard up against Daniel CAVERZASCHI and Stephane Hudday. So Egberink and Hudday played each other in the singles a couple of hours ago. They meet again in the doubles. Other results today. Women's singles final, bit of a shock actually. Jiske GRIFFIOEN, who hasn't won here this year, really was her golden opportunity, with Lizzy DE GREEF withdrawing because of hip surgery, up against Lizzy DE GREEF, and DE GREEF won comfortably 6-1, 6-4. But the men's doubles final will be underway shortly. There you see Egberink and Gerard up against CAVERZASCHI and Hudday.
Dames en heren, welkom bij de finale. Heren dubbelspel ABN AMRO Open 2025. Maar die kunnen wij natuurlijk niet spelen zonder onze mannekinderen. En graag ook uw applaus voor chair umpire Michael Moppers. En dan graag nu uw aandacht voor het eerste paar in de finale. CAVERZASCHI en Stephane Hudday.
The second seats, Daniel CAVERZASCHI and Stephane Hudday, made their way onto the wheelchair arena, and they're in this final with an emphatic win against Sergei Lysov and Kace yesterday evening.
Dames en heren, CAVERZASCHI en Stephane Hudday. En dan nu uw aandacht voor een andere koppel in deze finale. Joachim Gerard en Tom Egberink.
Well, the partnership of Gerard and Egberink will have the lion's share of the support here. Egberink here from Holland and Gerard over the border in Belgium, and they gave us the big surprise yesterday, beating the top seeds Martin de la Puente and Ruben SPAARGAREN was a classic. It was a match that went to the tie-break. But Egberink and Gerard coming through 6-4, 2-6, 10-7. So we are set up for a cracking fight in the men's doubles. Second seeds will start as favourites. They looked so good yesterday against Slice-Off and Ratslav, dropping just 3 games. But Egberink and Gerard meeting to the Puente and Sparger, that would have inspired. And Egberink in particular was outstanding. He came so close early today, Tom Egberink, to beating Stephane Hudday, a player that has beaten him so many times in singles. Hudday leads the head-to-head against Egberink now, 16-1. My word, that could have easily gone to a third set, and who knows when Egberink may have conjured up as he was battling away. But Hudday got over the line 6-2, 7-5. So Hudday is in one final, men's singles final tomorrow. Can Hudday turn up to that final already a doubles champion? We shall see. It should be, as I say, final to remember. Hudday having a bit of fun with the mascot, Bowley. He's been getting around the last 4 or 5 minutes as the mascot, interacting with the crowd. It's going to be time to get down to the serious stuff. This men's doubles fight. Michael Mumbert, by the way, our umpire.
Dames en heren, mag ik een groot applaus voor onze mascottes van de Sparger Foundation. En natuurlijk de finalisten van het heren dubbelspel.
Pay him double. He's doing a great job. So one final already today. Women's singles, Lizzy DE GREEF. Springing the surprise. Beating her fellow countryman Jiske GRIFFIOEN in straight sets 6-1, 6-4.
Dames en heren, welkom bij de finale van het herendubbel op het ABN AMRO Open in de Macarena tussen duo Egberink Gerard en CAVERZASCHI HOUDET. Stephane Hudday, afkomstig uit Parijs, is een legendarische naam in de wereld van het rolstoeltennis. De 54-jarige Fransman is de huidige nummer 9 van de wereld en heeft een indrukwekkende carrière opgebouwd met 5 Paralympische medailles, waaronder 3 gouden medailles in het herendubbel en 24 Grand Slam titels. Houdet is een tweevoudig winnaar van het ABN AMRO Open, heren enkelspel en 6-voudig dubbelkampioen in Rotterdam. En morgen staat hij weer in de finale van het enkelspel. Aan zijn zijde staat Dani CAVERZASCHI uit Madrid. De 31-jarige Spanjaard is momenteel de nummer 11 van de wereld. Samen met zijn landgenoot Martin de la Puente heeft hij geschiedenis geschreven op de Paralympische Spelen in Parijs 2024 met een bronzen medaille in het herendubbel. De eerste voor Spanje. Met 35 titels op zijn naam is CAVERZASCHI een geduchte tegenstander. Laten we het topduo verwelkomen met een groot applaus. Stephane Hudday en Dani CAVERZASCHI. Kom, Egberink, de huidige nummer 6 van de wereld, en Joachim Gerard, de nummer 7, hebben zich met indrukwekkend spel weggebaand naar deze finale. In de halve finale wisten ze in een spannende wedstrijdbreak te winnen van het sterke koppel Sparger de PUENTE. Daarvoor versloegen ze de Brit Ben Bartram en de Nederlander Robin Goedewoud. Tom Egberink zal deze middag uit zijn op Gerard na zijn verlies in de halve finale van de herensingle tegen HOUDET. Met hun gezamenlijke kracht en vastberadenheid zijn Tom en Joachim klaar om het publiek te tracteren op een spectaculaire finale. Laten we hen ook verwelkomen met een warm applaus. Tom Egberink en Joachim Gerard.
This season, semi-finalist in Melbourne, quarter-finalist at the Australian Open, and now a finalist here at the ABN AMRO Open. Opponents in this finals.
Dames en heren, we gaan over een paar minuten beginnen met deze finale. Er zijn nog een paar plekjes op de tribune beschikbaar, dus gaat u vooral zitten. En laten we dat tracteren op een finale. Heren dubbelspel, het belooft een waar spektakel te worden.
9 in the world at the moment, doubles was world number 1 back in 2009, 134 titles. One in doubles, back to 2005, 14 of them coming in 2013, 7 in 2023, and 3 last year. Sardinia Open end was with his partner this week, Daniel CAVERZASCHI. 19 times a major winner, almost 20 majors. Beaten in Australian
2 minutes.
by the British pair of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed. Daniel CAVERZASCHI, his partner.
This final consists of 2 tiebreak sets.
Spain.
And one set all a 10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
40 career titles, 35 at the moment. 6 coming last year. 3 were
Egberink is
19
Gerard
series
on the
titles, including of
It
course
shows
Sardinia
to
Open.
Lizzy.
Stephane Hudday. Good start to 2025 with Hudday by his side. Same final as we know in Melbourne. Runner-up at the Australian Open. Can they go one better here in Rotterdam? Feeling as well. This is going to be really competitive. Egberink will still be smarting from the defeat earlier on against Stephane Hudday.
One minute.
To tap into the level they found yesterday. Egberink and Gerard, they beat PUENTE and Sparger. You're up against the position, the second seeds. You've got just 3 games in their semi-final. You know you've got to be at your best. These two will
30 seconds.
Egberink, big serve and forehand. They work so well together. Egberink and Gerard. CAVERZASCHI was superb in the semi-final, as was Hudday. Hudday earlier on today in the single semi-final. Well, he was at his magical best.
End of warm-up.
Plenty of spectators as well. Crowding around. No seats available. Standing room only along the sides. Should be in for quite the match. It's men's doubles final. There you see it. Egberink and Gerard against CAVERZASCHI and Hudday. Who will be 2025 champions? We shall find out in the next hour or so. It's been quite the day here on the Wheelchair Arena.
First set, Stephane Hudday to serve. Ready, play.
Will get us off and underway.
Out. 12-15.
He plays with a smile on his face. Stephane Hudday.
Out. 15.
Gerard.
15-30.
Sachi. Able to control it. Spanish play. With the lob.
31.
Just this shot coming up now. Just didn't quite get enough on that. It just sat beautifully on CAVERZASCHI's forehand. Put away for him. Egberink and Gerard haven't been short of chances, have they, in this service game? Chance now for Hudday to hold.
Out. Juice.
Gerard. That was arrow-like. Chance to break.
Let's first up.
CAVERZASCHI. Quite enough length on that from Egberink. CAVERZASCHI able to unleash that big forehand. Great point saved. Had to go there. Had to go there. Gerard, and he did. Second time. He's got that angle off that forehand. He felt when it was bouncing up halfway up the court onto that forehand. There's only going to be one result.
versa.
So, early breaker serve. This men's doubles final. Egberink and Gerard. Leading by a game to love. Now the rest of our matches here today, focusing on the women's doubles, the two semi-finals, one of which is underway over on court number 1. Inti Boss and Lizzy DE GREEF against Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker. Schuker, the second seed here. The other women's doubles semi-final will be straight after this match.
Joachim,
Top seeds against CABRILLANA and PHELPS.
Net first serve.
Oh, what placement from CAVERZASCHI.
Love 15.
Space just opened up, didn't it? Behind Gerard. It's a good spot. Smile about it. Inside. Disappointed with that, especially as it's now love 30. Gerard serve. Mistake in the previous point.
15-30.
Couple of good points there from Gerard. All about him, isn't it, in his second game? He's covered well from love 30. Now, an edge in front.
20-30.
Back up this breaker serve. Oh, it's in the corner. Judgment there for Egberink.
Use.
We knew it'd be a tight fight. The first couple of games are very tight. First ace of the match.
Advantage Gerard.
Second chance for Egberink and Gerard to hold serve here. Back up that break, get off to the perfect start.
HOUDET, second serve.
There, who's been quite quiet in this final action. Stephane Hudday, might be a tactic of Gerard to keep him quiet, off the ball if they can. Everybody knows firsthand how dangerous Hudday is. Wild with that forehand. Now, not taking the break points. Have to try and save this break point. Juices, both service games.
Advantage, Gerard.
So, another chance for Gerard to hold here. Just long, they have held. Hard work that for Egberink and Gerard. And the reward for their efforts. Break a serve, backed up, 2-love lead. Looking good right now for Dutch and Belgian combo.
CAVERZASCHI to serve.
CAVERZASCHI to serve. The lefty.
Love. 30 love.
CAVERZASCHI at the net.
40 love.
Oh, the first two service games were very tense, very tight. Plenty of break points, plenty of juices, but looking to be the case here. CAVERZASCHI taking 3 points really well. Make that fall, hold to love, that will make CAVERZASCHI Hudday feel a lot better, but his advantage still Egberink and Gerard. Early break the serve, 2-1 they lead.
Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena, waar u kijkt naar de finale van het heren-dubbel tussen de Fransman Stephane Houdet en CAVERZASCHI uit Spanje. Die het opnemen tegen de Belg Joachim Gerard en de Nederlander Egberink. Zoekt u een plekje uit op de tribunes, ik zie her en der nog plekjes waar u kunt gaan zitten. Kijkt u mee naar deze finale van het heren-dubbelspel.
Time. Dames en heren, zoekt u snel een plaatsje. Tom Egberink gaat serveren.
Player. This round of 4 service games, Tom Egberink.
Love 15.
CAVERZASCHI and Hudday being 2 love down. Reeled off 5 points in a row. CAVERZASCHI holding to love and getting his first point. The Egberink serve. With that.
15 all.
How well he's struck his forehand in this match so far. It's fairly routine by his standards. Liberties with the Gerard ball.
30-15.
Yeah, Egberink very strong on that flank. Gerard in particular at the start of this final has looked very dangerous. touch, sending Egberink to the hoardings.
40-30.
So, chance here to get this quicker serve. Touch still and open up that 2-game advantage again.
Gerard. 3 games to 1.
2-game lead again, 3-1.
Love 15.
Well, second seeds, CAVERZASCHI and Hudday definitely had chances of the Egberink and Gerard service games. Lost the key points and a lot of the damage.
Love 30.
Gerard really playing well. Belgian off that forehand, but also lovely touches around the net.
15-30.
Really good serves though. Stephane Hudday. Missed his first service game. Determined to make it back-to-back. Breaks a serve against him. That helped his course. Stays for Spanish pairing. Started before the ball went to the second bounce. One new. Egberink found that forehand. It was a winner. There, wasn't there?
Advantage. HOUDET.
Time to pick his spot. Backhand slice and won't be disappointed. It's dumped into the net. So, good hold, important hold there for Hudday. His first of the match, and just keep nice and close to Egberink and Gerard. Still have this break and lead by 3 games to 2.
Dames en heren, u kijkt naar de finale van het heren dubbelspel ABN AMRO Open rolstoeltoernooi tussen Sparger, CAVERZASCHI en de Fransman Houdet. Die opnemen tegen Gerard uit België en Egberink uit Nederland. Zoekt u snel een plekje op de tribune, er komen wat plekjes vrij, zie ik. Dan kijkt u mee naar deze finale heren dubbelspel.
Time.
Still intact for Egberink, Gerard, some legs as well. This is the 6th game. Gerard. Goes on. Oh, surely not. This is wonderful defending. What a point we've got here. Unbelievable. Crowd showing their appreciation. Tremendous from all 4 players.
For love.
from Egberink. He and Gerard really strong off that flank. Another good hold serve for Gerard. 4-2 now, they lead.
Law 15.
Tactically, I think Egberink and Gerard have got this spot on. They've kept Hudday quiet. They've also clocked that quite a few mistakes have come from CAVERZASCHI's forehand. Beginning to target it. Another mistake from the Spanish player.
Law 30.
So big set just beginning to slip away here. Offering a few words. Vastly experienced player. Stephane Hudday, 6 times a doubles champion at the ABN AMRO Open. Mistake this time though.
15, 30.
Been too many of those. The Dutch player off his forehand. Too good, right in the centre of the two players.
15, 40.
It's another blockbuster of a shot from the Belgian. Some more break points to look at here. Here's another break. Gerard at the moment handling it all their own way. So it seems CAVERZASCHI and Hudday have got a lot to think about here. Gap has widened.
Dames en heren, welkom in de Wheelchair Arena waar u kijkt naar de finale van het herendubbelspel in het rolstoeltoernooi van het ABN AMRO Open. CAVERZASCHI uit Spanje, die samen met Hudday uit Frankrijk het opnemen tegen de Belg Gerard en de Nederlander Egberink. Zoek snel een plekje op, dan kunt u meekijken naar deze finale herendubbel.
Sorry.
lucky break, and the hand goes up. Oh, Tom Egberink.
15
These breaks seem to come your way, don't they, when you're the ones leading. Careless. Gerard.
15-30.
Another high quality block now. Too good from Hudday. Right down close to around there, awkward. Egberink to make the half volley. CAVERZASCHI and Hudday, the second seeds, needed a response. Got a chance here to break back. Misplaced forehand this time from the racket of Stephane Hudday. Still a chance to break back though. Close the gap to 5-3. Hudday waiting for the Hollywood shot. Another point presents itself. CAVERZASCHI couldn't apply the finishing touch. It's happened a few times in this match so far for him. Hudday quick to pick up his partner's spirits. Remind them that they are still in this 8th game. A game they've got to win. First set alive. Now, Egberink and Gerard have a set point. Goodness me! Watching Gerard. That was a rush of blood. Even Egberink with his head in his hands there. Should have been set over. Gerard, they lose this, particularly Gerard. Give CAVERZASCHI and Hudday hope. Maybe a way back in this first set. So much quality on show. Another piece here. The racket on Egberink right into that corner. Back to Jiske we go.
Yep.
Another set point. Opportunities have become thick and fast for both pairs to hold serve here, take the set or break it. Close the count to 5-3, but every time the opportunity arises, it's not taken. A lovely touch. The set point presents itself. the ball. Egberink and Gerard. Hard fought. Despite the exciting looking scoreline, that was tough
En dan is het,
work.
dames en heren, de eerste set in deze finale. Heerlijk dubbelspel.
Belgium. 6
Dus
games to 2. The second
CAVERZASCHI
and
en
Hudday
Gerard
work to
Egberink.
do.
We maken ons op voor de tweede set, zoek een plekje op de tribune en we gaan zo verder.
Tie. Second set, Stephane HOUDET to serve.
So set number 2. Advantage, Egberink and Gerard. Taking the first set, 6 games to 2. The second seeds, CAVERZASCHI and Hudday, need to respond. Certainly one as one-sided either. The opening set, as you may be led to believe by the 6-2 scoreline. Could be easily an awful lot closer. Key difference really in that last point actually. Good example of the first set as a whole. A couple of times CAVERZASCHI and Hudday found themselves in good positions, chances to break, but just didn't play the killer shot there you saw in that last point. Right at the net and a little tentative. Gerard did the damage as he did so often in set 1. Got to be very careful here. The second seeds they really have. Day was broken. Very first game of the match. Danger. But again at the start of set 2.
Hopes. 38.
All about letting it go. Realised it was in a perfect position. Another opportunity here. Do it. Well, I have to say,
first game,
volley,
second set,
played at the net. CAVERZASCHI looked a winner, but Gerard got there so quick. He stretched out the racket and found that angle. Look at that. He just about gets there. That is some shot. Amongst all of that, break a serve as well. So it's another really good start here. Egberink and Gerard. And they back it up as they did at the start of set 1. Because Egberink was there. His ankles are wrong. Such is the quality of this match. It's actually the first double fault of the match. Jubilee's on it goes to Gerard. Tom Egberink unleashes a playable forehand. Casual but sublime from Gerard. And again, it's just effortless.
40-30.
Generate such little effort. It's astounding. Gerard really put that point to bed. He's bearing down on it at the net. Showing CAVERZASCHI and Hudday another lifeline.
Advantage, HOUDET.
Opportunities are coming thick and fast here. For the second seed, we've got to start taking them. gifted into the double fault. Service game low from Gerard. Slip up from Egberink and Gerard there, gifting the game straight back. So the second set has opened with a couple of breaks, locked at 1 game.
Love 15.
A funny old match. There's been lots of quality on show. An awful lot of quality, but a few unforced errors as well.
Love 30.
Not place that any better. Worked so hard. Seems to break back yet again. Unable to push on. Chances presented themselves plenty of times, particularly off CAVERZASCHI's serve. 3 break points here.
$15.
Really. CAVERZASCHI's first service game, the best of all 4. Come to love in set 1, but he's struggled since. Just edging back into this. Still a chance for third break itself in the second set. Oh, that is all about the placement, and it was perfect placement. Gerard back in front, leading by a set and a break.
Dames en heren, hier in de Wheelchair Arena kijkt u naar de finale van het heren dubbeltoernooi rolstoeltennis ABN AMRO Open 2025. Tussen de Spanjaard Dani CAVERZASCHI en Stephane uit Frankrijk. Die opnemen tegen Joachim Gerard uit België en de Nederlander Tom Egberink. We zitten in de tweede set. En het duo Egberink-Gerard staat met 2-1 voor na ook de eerste set gewonnen te hebben. Zoekt u een plekje op de tribune en kijkt u mee naar deze finale heren dubbel.
Sparger. Love.
Very good serve for Egberink and Gerard. Really a set to the good, but
15-all.
it's another double fall for those two. None at all in the match in set number one. All three have come from that side of the court in set two, despite the advantageous scoreline. Not what Gerard been expecting this. Credit though to CAVERZASCHI and Hudday. Are still fighting away. What they have been guilty of this match. Converting big opportunities. Committing the cardinal sin there. CAVERZASCHI making his opponent's play a shot off that serve. Straight at Hudday, who knew exactly what to do. And finally taken an opportunity. Level up, 2 games all, early on in set two. On the line from CAVERZASCHI. Could this now be the springboard, the start of a fight back for the second seeds? turn.
15-all.
Gerard spun right into the body, didn't he? Daniel CAVERZASCHI. It was awkward in the end. This match is taking a very familiar path. It seems to be playing out here again. Whenever CAVERZASCHI and Hudday get some sort of momentum, just cannot hold on to it. Pull away. That is careless though. Gerard.
Wait.
Really felt a matter of time before Gerard put CAVERZASCHI and Hudday out of their misery in that point. In the end, at the nets, split beautifully. Gerard was calling all the shots there despite the wonderful defending from Daniel CAVERZASCHI. And yet again, Egberink and Gerard break, burst the bubble. The second seeds who are trying to mount a comeback. It's 3-2 now. Egberink and Gerard have the advantage.
Dames en heren, kijk naar de finale, herendubbelspel. Zoek u snel een plekje op en kijk u mee naar het verdere verloop van deze wedstrijd. Hier op de Wheelchair Arena.
So it's advantage to these two. Egberink and Gerard again. Always seem to have an answer whenever CAVERZASCHI and Hudday threaten a comeback. Having broken again and got in front, they will be very keen. Egberink and Gerard to make this one count, hold, serve, and get a bit of daylight between them and CAVERZASCHI and Hudday. be one to serve. 6-2-3-2 sounds comfortable, doesn't it? It hasn't been at all. And important for Egberink and Gerard not to let their guard down. Still a lot of work to do. They are to win this men's doubles title here in Rotterdam. Times over the years, the power, the destruction Joachim Gerard has, but this is a part of his game that's so underrated. Delicate stuff like that.
Net second serve.
It's a lovely touch. This time it has come from Egberink.
Very well.
Needed a good service game. Gerard. Find the angle.
40-15.
Yes, it's such an important service game. It's been the second set of nervy service games. Now, Gerard would love to get this one in the bag right here, right now to 15. Extend the lead to 4-2. He's getting a little nervy now. Wide and 40-love lead goes with it.
Advantage, HOUDET.
That's the fourth double fault. Egberink and Gerard in this second set alone. Yes, they are leading. They are making desperately hard work of this. One of those games, I think. It's got more on it than just the scoreboard ticking one way. Momentum will be at stake here. Both sets, players will feel chances to this game, particularly Egberink and Gerard, who led 40 love. It's a feather in the cap. This would be for CAVERZASCHI and Hudday. They could break back straight away. And they do. That is a blow. A huge blow to Egberink and Gerard. They were looking nailed on for a 4-2 lead. As you can see, it is all square again. 3 games on. It's all about doubles action, by the way, as we come to the end of day 4 here. This men's doubles final. Straight after this, women's doubles second semi-final. What a point. Tremendous. I think all 4 players need a bit of a breather after that. I was just saying before that point started, the second women's doubles semi-final, Griffion and Van Curt against CABRILLANA and PHELPS. Followed this final, the men's. The Spanish player. Oh, it's just drifted wide in the end. Frustration.
40-15.
Egberink. Good hold. Look at this. Second seeds now in front. Can they capitalise? Can they take us to a match tie break? Yes, me. Do not go anywhere. 4-3 now.
Dames en heren, jullie kijken naar de finale. Heren dubbelspel hier in de Wheelchair Arena. We zitten in de tweede set. We gaan zo weer verder. In de tussentijd kunt u een plekje vinden op een van de tribunes. Verder te kijken naar deze finale.
Time of the match. Egberink and Gerard playing catch up. Don't forget, they led 3-2. 40 love. Let that chance slip away. CAVERZASCHI and Hudday broke eventually. Held serve after. Now have momentum.
Love 30.
1-2 shots from the reliable forehand of Egberink. Getting to go astray. Brilliant. Well, it's all beginning to come together now for the second seeds.
40.
Great points for them. Chance to make it 3 in a row. Instead of being 2-3, they're on the verge of leading 5-3. CAVERZASCHI, and what a brilliant 3 games for him and Hudday. They are right back in this final. No mistake about that. They are a hold of serve away from taking us to a match tiebreak.
Middels.
No getting to that from Egberink.
Love 15. Love 30.
First double full. The match for CAVERZASCHI or Hudday.
Love 40.
Could be another twist here. Set number 2. Points to get us back on serve. Serve. Great to come. A twist maybe in this second set. Still, Egberink and Gerard must hold it, or we will be going to a match tie break. CAVERZASCHI and Hudday at 5-4.
Time. Net best.
concentration.
Law 15.
Gerard and himself has done so much tonight around the net, especially. Just too much on that one.
Net first serve.
It's gone wide.
15-all.
Long.
30-15.
So this is a good fight back from Egberink and Gerard.
40-15.
Verge of almost into a match tie break, but still take one of these 2 points and level up. Chance maybe able to win this in 2.
Good.
Wide, and we're all square at 5 games on.
Gerard, 5 games on.
Momentum just swings its way slightly towards Egberink and Gerard. Can they keep hold of it? Again, making inroads into the CAVERZASCHI serve. Oh, just couldn't quite get around in time there, Gerard. Hudday's forehand past him just before he could adjust and get into position. backhands. CAVERZASCHI. Extraordinary points in this match, and there's another.
30-15.
Really are now business then of this men's doubles final. Gerard.
30-all.
Super smooth forehand. Close maybe to Gerard for that half volley. Goodness me. Go down very nicely, won't it? CAVERZASCHI and Hudday, they will not mind that at all. 6-5 they lead. Again, just a game away, taking us to match tie break. But Egberink and Gerard know.
Dames en heren, we kijken naar de finale.
A set tie break, so many permutations here.
We naderen de ontknoping. Zoekt u nog een plekje op de tribune en kijkt u mee naar deze herenfinale dubbel hier in de Wheelchair Arena ABN AMRO Open.
Still have women's doubles semi-final to come after this. Jiske GRIFFIOEN and the Aniek Curt against Macarena, CABRILLANA and Maylee PHELPS. They will play the winner of the match over on court 1 now. Between Boos and Lizzy DE GREEF, the all-Dutch pair. Shukan and Burnout. I can tell you, it's a real tight one. First set 7-6, they lead. Oh, sorry, they trail 5 games to 4 in set 2, so they could be going to a match tie-break as well. There's drama wherever you look at the moment. That is just special. Hudday just picked his spot with his forehand. It stayed flat. It was out of the reach. Egberink. Hudday, the picture really.
15.
He's about to go to tie breaks it to decide this men's doubles fight. Whatever happens, this is the last game, isn't it? Regulation scored. Gerard holds serve. It's a tie break. CAVERZASCHI and Hudday win that, and it's a match tie break. So it's tie breaks all the way, whatever happens after this game.
30.
Straight to match tie break. Or can Gerard have a chance to win it via a regulation tie break? Long, so chance now for Egberink and Gerard to level up. Leveled up. Well, here we go then. This is it.
16 all.
It's now
Tiebreak.
one tie break at least, maybe two, to decide who will be men's doubles champions. 2025 edition of the ABN AMRO. Again, CAVERZASCHI and Hudday have to win this to take it to the match tiebreak. If they don't, Gerard will be champions.
0. Ja.
Gerard.
2-0, ja.
Then that's a huge moment. Big slice of luck for Egberink. It's a fast start. Egberink and Gerard. Egberink well, last year. Michael Sheffers, Gerard, champion last year. Martin de la Puente. Superstar. This tie break at the moment. All the winning points coming off his racket. And he, Tom Egberink now, just beginning to get the winning line in sight. CAVERZASCHI, my word, did they need that?
4-1.
Looked to be another winner, didn't it? The racket of Joachim Gerard. But CAVERZASCHI read it well. Had a wonderful forehand down the line. Into this now, second seats. 4-love down in the tie break. Had to win one, at the least of those two, and they went and won the both. Still, Egberink and Gerard have a slight advantage here, that mini break. Hey, we're back. Back on serve.
Met first serve.
big point to win for Egberink and Gerard. Just stopping the momentum that CAVERZASCHI and Hudday beginning to build. 2 points away now. Egberink and Gerard from the title. Just a little tight that. Gerard. But have the mini break. Egberink and Gerard. 2 points for victory. 2 points potentially to come on Gerard's serve. You win them both. Knots there. CAVERZASCHI just landed awkwardly between racket and chair. Championship point now for Egberink and Gerard. They've done it! Oh, in particular, look what that means for Tom Egberink. Runner-up last year. Knocked down the semi-finals with a single decision by Stephane Hudday. He really needed this win. Egberink has the win. Gerard, winner last year with Martin de la Puente, winner this year.
En blijft u als u wilt nemen bij ons. En over enkele ogenblikken gaan we verder met de prijsuitreiking. We zijn zo 5 terug. We zijn gaan klaarmaken voor de prijsuitreiking.
Balance. Have to say, just about deserved. Led for large parts of this fight. Could have got the job done a little easier. Took a nerve-shredding tiebreak to get them over the line, but they won't care. Their coaching corner won't care either. It is their title here. ABN AMRO Open 2025. Home fans will be happy as well. It's been a tough day for Tom Egberink, losing the men's semi-final so close to Stephane Hudday. Came out in this final, all guns blazing. Gerard, as ever, so good on that forehand. Hudday, CAVERZASCHI, the second seeds, put up a really good fight, clawed their way back into it. Just unable to really get going in that tiebreak. Title goes the way of Egberink and Gerard. Again, tournament director having a chat with all 4 players. Such a pivotal part of the success of this event is Esther. It's a tournament that has grown and grown in popularity and stature over the years. Men's doubles final. Worthy addition to many great matches we've seen here year after year. men's doubles. Semi-finals to come straight after this. Jiske GRIFFIOEN and Aniek Curt against Macarena, CABRILLANA and Maylee PHELPS. Placing tomorrow's final, where they will play either Interpulse, Lizzy DE GREEF, taking on Angelica Burnout and Lucy Sugar. That, by the way, over on court number 1, that match between Boss DE GREEF, Burnout and Sugar. They are into a match tie-break.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen aan de prijsuitreiking voor de hele dubbel. Maar dat gaan we niet doen voordat we hier wel de mensen de balk in de rug. En als het goed is zijn er ook 2 die de trofee meenemen. Misschien wel 4 deze keer. En ook graag een applaus voor Gerard Michael Mombers. En graag nodig ik uit hier op de baan, toernooidirecteur Esther Vergeer en namens ABN AMRO Patrick Kuijsers.
You know they're good.
En dan is nu het moment aangebroken om onze runners-up en onze winnaars naar voren te halen. Mag ik een daverend applaus voor onze runners-up Dani, CAVERZASCHI en Stephane, HOUDET!
So, here are your runners-up. CAVERZASCHI, Stephane, HOUDET. For Hudday, it's not to be 7 doubles titles here at ABN AMRO Open. Runners-up alongside CAVERZASCHI. Fought so hard. Set number 2. Getting to a tie break. Just lost their way in the top.
Dames en heren, de runners van de finale. Hele dubbel. Dani, CAVERZASCHI en Stephane.
It's all smiles on those two. Pleased with their week's work. And of course, Stephane HOUDET. Tomorrow.
En dan graag nu uw applaus voor de winnaars. ABN AMRO Open 2025 herendubbel. Joachim, Gerard en Tom Egberink.
His champions, Egberink and Gerard. Off to such a fast start in the match. Kept CAVERZASCHI and HOUDET at bay in set 1, 6 games to 2. They had to fight really hard to win set 2. The tie break 7 games to 6.
Een groot applaus. De winnaars!
Worthy champions. They beat the top seed yesterday. Ruben SPAARGAREN in a match tie break. Looked like they may need another match tie break today, but they got it done. Regulated tie break. Wonderful win. Second time, consecutive years for
Gentlemen, I'm going to start with you. It was quite the fight out there today.
It was a fight. It was a fight. First of all, congratulations to Tom and Joe. And yeah, you guys played well from the beginning. And we thought you were going to drop down. You didn't really drop down. And of course, not very happy right now. We had a lot of chances, but yeah, it's always a pleasure to play with a partner, Stephane. We're going to do great things together this year. And if you allow me, I'd like to thank also the Rotterdam, ABN AMRO, Esther and all her team. It's a wonderful tournament. I think this tournament really is a reference for what we want the wheelchair tennis tour to look like. So thanks for leading the way. And yeah, we will come back stronger, always.
Stephane, if it's not today, it is tomorrow, right?
Let's say that. Okay, I did that. It's so nice to have all of you around. The games in Paris was probably the beginning of something big for wheelchair tennis, and congratulations guys. And Esther is part of the reason why wheelchair tennis is so famous, not only in the Netherlands but probably all over the world. And thank you for that. Thank you also ABN AMRO for sponsoring this event. We have so nice trophies this year. Well, it was the same last year, but we didn't get them. Thank you to all kids and all the teams around us. It's such a great event, and I think it was much more.
Een applaus voor onze runners. Back to our champs. Winner of the ABN AMRO Open. How does that feel?
No, I won it last year, but no, it's great because I'm really happy that I play with Tom. He asked me like 2 months ago, and said yes, and 4 days ago he told me I never won this tournament, so we have to win it. And we did, so I'm really happy about that. Congrats for Danny and Steph to went to the final. Thank you, Esther, thank you all, ABN AMRO, all the tournaments. It's one of the biggest tournaments for wheelchair tennis in the world, and it's always a pleasure to come back. It's my last year, so I will be back, but as a spectator, and I'm pretty sure this tournament will continue to grow. Thanks to the coach. I don't know where they are, they disappeared, but thanks to them because the tactics is from them too, so it's a great job from us, and thank you again, Tom, for play with me.
Kom eigenlijk bij jou. Jij hebt volgens mij echt een heerlijke week achter de rug.
Ja, dat kun je wel zeggen. Ik denk een heel goed begin van het toernooi samen was een kleine struggle in het begin van de dubbel. We hebben heel lang niet samen gespeeld. Daarna hebben we het goed opgepakt. Ook door Simon tegen hem, helaas jammer voor hem. Maar goed voor mij. Vandaag was het een gevecht in de single. Stephane, he's so smart, this guy. Weet je, hij verdient gewonnen en we moeten terug naar de tekentafel in de Simon. Maar ik ben ontzettend blij om hier met Joachim dubbel te winnen. En ik wil natuurlijk als eerste Joachim bedanken voor het dubbelen. Zonder jou was het niet mogelijk. Ik heb je inderdaad gevraagd wat ze kunnen winnen hier en dat hebben ze zeker gedaan. Guys, thank you for a great doubles. I was a big fan of the Australian Open, so I'm happy I took it this time in my own country. So. Esther, super bedankt. Elk jaar wordt het weer groter en groter. Als je kijkt hier wat voor mensen hier langs de baan staan, het is geweldig dat jullie hier neerzetten. Wij voelen ons echt kleine jongens, maar daar worden we in één keer hele grote jongens van. Dus super bedankt voor de support en ik denk dat we iets heel moois aan het neerzetten zijn en ik denk dat wij aan het groeien zijn met de rolstoeltennis en ik kom volgend jaar zeker weer terug.
En dan geef ik graag het laatste woord aan onze toernooidirecteur, Esther Begin.
Dankjewel en super fijn dat jullie allemaal nog even langs de kant staan. We hebben een geweldige week gehad en ik denk dat we wel kunnen zeggen dat we een hele mooie wedstrijd hebben gezien en dit is wat rolstoeltennis zou moeten zijn en nog verder zou moeten groeien. Thanks guys for putting up a great show and we do all the work here to get you a perfect podium to showcase wheelchair tennis and you did. So thank you so much for putting up a great show for this great wheelchair tennis and hopefully I'll see some of you back next year because you are the next level of wheelchair tennis. Thank you. I'll continue in Dutch. Ik denk dat het inderdaad niet mogelijk is om zo'n evenement neer te zetten zonder support van partners en mensen met wie we samenwerken. En een van de belangrijkste partners is natuurlijk ABN AMRO voor de 17 jaar die jullie ons al steunen en echt een podium geven die nergens anders ter wereld op deze manier gedaan wordt. Dus ik denk dat het een ongelooflijk fijne samenwerking is. Ik hoop ook echt dat die nog vele jaren zal doorgaan. Ik ben er heel trots op, dus dank jullie wel voor jullie steun voor dit evenement. Daarnaast, en dat is buiten natuurlijk de mensen die hier achter de schermen werken, de ballen, meiden, jongens die de hele week van 's ochtends vroeg tot 's avonds laat hier aan het werk zijn. De mensen bij het transport, mensen bij de keuken, de catering, iedereen werkt ongelooflijk hard om dit evenement tot een succes te maken. En misschien last but not least, het publiek wat hier dus langs de kant zit en staat. Een hele wedstrijd lang, vol aandacht, vol energie, rolstoeltennis bekijkt, maar ook echt toejuicht. Het is echt volgens mij een groot applaus naar jullie allen, maar naar ons allemaal. Dus ik hoop jullie volgend jaar weer terug te zien. Dank jullie wel en nog een hele fijne avond. Dank jullie wel.
En inderdaad, tot volgend jaar. En mocht je nog zin hebben, halve finale damesdubbel, zo direct hier in de Wheelchair Arena. Voor nu een hele fijne avond en dank jullie wel.
There you have it. Men's doubles champions. Egberink, Joachim. Last year, for Joachim, he was That is a shame for us, but it's a fitting way for him to finish his campaign. Back-to-back doubles champion. Gerard last year with Martin de la Puente. This year with Tom Egberink. Doubles action oncoming here this evening. A little while from now, women's doubles semi-final. Jiske GRIFFIOEN and Aniek van Curt against Macarena, CABRILLANA and Maylee PHELPS. Winner of that match playing tomorrow's final. Dente and Lizzy DE GREEF as they take on Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker. They are next door on court one right now. Bernal and Schuker leading 9-6 in the match tiebreak. So they are on the verge of making it to tomorrow's final. It's been a very hard-fought match, that is for sure. Next door, I'm sure, will have equally hard-fought match to come here. The wheelchair tell you, by the way, that Lucy Schuker and Angelica Bernal have won next door against the They will be in tomorrow's women's doubles final. Who they will play, we will find out shortly. Griffion and van Curt up against CABRILLANA and PHELPS here on the Wheelchair Arena in a few moments' time.
Dit is zwaar, jongen. Heel zwaar afgeraakt. Heel zwaar. Weegt wel zeker kilo's. Deze? Wat lichter, hè?
Dames en heren, zoals aangegeven, we gaan door met de halve finale damesdubbel.
Hallo, ik ben nog niet klaar, joh.
Dus ik zou zeggen, komt u lekker zitten en we gaan zo direct beginnen. Onze speelsters komen de baan op.
Kan ik volgend jaar wel meedoen?
Over enkele ogenblikken. Damesdubbel rolstoeltennis. Hier beginnen we wheelchair arena. Dames en heren, we gaan zo beginnen aan de halve finale damesdubbel. Maar dat gaat niet lukken zonder onze ballenkinderen. En chair umpire, hij was er eerder vandaag ook al, Sander Ummels. We zijn bij de halve finale damesdubbelspel, waar de Nederlandse Jiske GRIFFIOEN en de tevens Nederlandse Aniek van KOOT op gaan nemen tegen Macarena, CABRILLANA uit Chili en Maylee PHELPS uit Amerika. Op het punt staat te beginnen de halve finale en damesdubbel.
So welcome back then to the wheelchair arena here. Final match of the day. It's been some day, hasn't it? It is a women's doubles semi-final. Top seeds Jiske GRIFFIOEN and Egberink against Macarena, CABRILLANA and Maylee PHELPS. Smiles from Egberink. Disappointment earlier on for her. Jiske GRIFFIOEN, I beg your pardon. Disappointment earlier for her. Losing in the women's singles finals of Lizzy DE GREEF, hoping alongside Egberink she could place in tomorrow's women's doubles final, where the winners of this match will play Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker. The second seeds getting past E.T. Boos and Lizzy DE GREEF 7-6, 5-7, 10-6. Sander Hummels on umpire for this all important women's doubles semi-final.
Dames en heren, als laatste op het programma hier vandaag in de Wheelchair Arena is de dubbel halve finale. En dan zijn het de dames die spelen. Met aan de ene kant Jiske GRIFFIOEN, 39 jaar en afkomstig uit Amsterdam. En ze heeft een indrukwekkende carrière opgebouwd met alle titels. Ze is een Paralympisch gouden medaillewinnaar en heeft meerdere Grand 7 op haar naam staan. Na haar verloren finale van eerder vandaag zal ze de knop op moeten zetten, maar dat zal zeker lukken met de schat en ervaring en vastberadenheid die ze meeneemt naar deze dubbelfinale. Aan haar zijde speelt Aniek van KOOT, een 34-jarige powerhouse uit Dinsperlo. Als een van de meest gedecoreerde speelsters in de rolstoeltennis met 7 Paralympische medailles en een indrukwekkende reeks Grand Slam titels is van KOOT erop gebrand om een gezamenlijk succes voor te zetten. Ze komt naar deze finale met ambitie om een eerdere prestatie van het ABN AMRO te overtreffen en opnieuw te schitteren. Laten we het team aanviezen en getalenteerde duo verwelkomen met een daverend applaus. Jiske GRIFFIOEN en Aniek van KOOT.
In the world in doubles from the world number 1.
De twee Nederlandse nemen het op tegen het duo PHELPS en Gabriana. De 18-jarige Maylee PHELPS betreedt het ABN AMRO Open als een veelbelovende kracht in het rolstoeltennis. Haar doelen voor dit seizoen zijn gericht op het verder stijgen in de dubbelranglijst en haar debuut. Samen met haar dubbelpartner Gabriana gaat ze vandaag voor een stunt. De 32-jarige oude Chinese staat 14 op de wereldranglijst. Bij de verloren singlewedstrijd in de eerste ronde. Ze zullen gebrand zijn om zich hier van hun beste kant te laten zien. Een warm welcome, please welcome Maylee PHELPS en Macarena Gabriana.
24 years of age, also from the Netherlands.
3 minutes.
In the doubles. 4 major doubles titles. Multiple times. A lot of them alongside Lizzy DE GREEF. But no De Groot this week. Recovering from hip surgery. So Curt is playing with this Griffion, who, as I've just said, won. The two of them did at the Melbourne Open last month. Inevitable task of stopping the Dutch pair getting to the final. As with Macarena, Gabriana and Maylee PHELPS. There you see the young American Maylee PHELPS, 18 years of age, from Florida. 59 in the world, 13 titles already, including last year's Junior French Open. 4 further titles last year. As for this season, it's been a little quiet so far. In fact, this is PHELPS' first outing in doubles of 2025. Likewise in the singles, her first match was also here in the singles when she lost to Yiti Boss
2 minutes
in the quarter-finals. Her opponent in this final, I beg your pardon, her partner in this final, Macarena Gabriana from Chile, 32 years of age, 16 in the world. First Chilean to compete at a Grand Slam at the 2022 Australian Open, reaching quarter-finals in the doubles, also reached the semi-finals of the 2023 French overall. 2 doubles titles. Last year, her best year with 4 titles. Just the one win this season, that was alongside Saki Takamori at the Victorian Wheelchair Open. Very special day here on the Wheelchair Arena. Started off earlier this afternoon, the women's singles final. Lizzy DE GREEF beating Jiske GRIFFIOEN. A bit of a surprise there. 6-1, 6-4. DE GREEF having lost to GRIFFIOEN twice here in consecutive years in the quarterfinals. Gets a revenge in the final. And then an epic men's semi.
1 minute.
De La Puente beating Ruben SPAARGAREN 6-4, 6-4. Will play Stephane Hudday in tomorrow's final, who beat Egberink over on court number 1. And then the men's doubles final just now, which saw Egberink and Hudday back on court, opposite sides of the net again. Egberink alongside Joachim Gerard against Hudday and CAVERZASCHI. As Egberink and Gerard coming through victorious 6-2, 7-6.
30 seconds.
Tomorrow is finals day in the women's doubles and the men's singles. Lots to look forward to tomorrow. Still plenty to look forward to this evening. There you see it, Griffion and Van Curt up against Cabriana and Phelps for a place in tomorrow's doubles final, where they will play Angelica Bernal, Lucy Sugar, the number 2 seeds, will beat E.T. Boss and Lizzy DE GREEF in a match tiebreak a few moments ago on court 1. Women's doubles semi-final about to get underway. Top seeds Griffion and Van Curt taking on Macarena, Cabriana and Maylee Phelps. Place in tomorrow's final on the line.
First set. Jiske GRIFFIOEN to serve. Ready. Play.
Top seeds, specifically Jiske GRIFFIOEN, to get this semi-final off and underway.
Net first serve.
Straight away from the Chilean.
Love 30.
Very good start this from Cabriana and Phelps. First 2 points on the board. Griffion serve.
Love 40.
It's been a very, very nervy service game. Griffion. Love 40. Break to love. Wow.
Phelps.
Not have asked
First
for
game.
a better start. Cabriana and Phelps. Rock, paper, scissors. Why not? I think to keep the spirits up. I always lose at that. Be the worst thing to play with me. Trying to keep my spirits up. It's bringing a smile to Cabriana and Phelps' face, as will that early scoreline.
Maylee Phelps to serve.
Maylee Phelps, first service game, 1-love, they lead.
Love 15.
Still waiting for our first point to be won on serve. This women's doubles semi-final. First point one on serve. Griffion's made a really slow start to this final, semi-final, I beg your pardon. Quite settled yet. Oh, that is delightful from Van Curt.
15-40.
All about the timing and the placement. Didn't need to put too much behind this. Just struck it so clean. Fabulous angle. Shaky start.
One game on.
Both sides of the court on serve. Easy breaks off serve. See us at one game on. So Van Curt will be looking to
Aniek from Curt to serve.
Buck that trend. Put down a better service game.
Left.
Faults up. Coming thick and fast at the moment. 2 for Griffion and Van Curt. Just the one at the moment for CABRILLANA and PHELPS. That's a forehand.
Dirty.
Sent along there from Aniek Van Curt. That's better.
Dirty all. Dirty 40.
Another. Double 4.
Juice.
Good forehand this time from Van Keulen. Struck this really nicely. Kept it low as well. So the first holder serve goes the way of Aniek Van Keulen. Jiske GRIFFIOEN lead 2-1 early in set 1.
Time. Macarena, Kabrillana to serve. Laat. Dirty love.
So having had 2 breaks of serve at the start of the match, and Curt held hers, and now Kabrillana looking to do the same. It's a double fault.
30-15.
It's half the lead. completely wiped out.
30 all.
Plenty of discussion between the top seeds there. Prowling around the baseline, Van Curt and Griffion. Fantastic return from Van Curt, right in that corner. Applying plenty of pressure on the serve of Macarena Gabrielana. Break point here for a 3-1 lead. Just died, didn't it? Backhand, the slice that Griffion managed to find. And Gabrielana just couldn't get there. After a slow start on Griffion, in particular on serve. He's looking a lot healthier now for the top seeds. Finally wins a point on the serve. Having been broken to love in the first service game of the match, things could really only get better for her. Better.
13 left.
Let's go.
Things can only really get better, as I was saying, for Griffion, who's made a habit this week of starting her matches slowly and then finding rhythm and winning them. Finally against Lucy Shuku in the singles, trailed 4-1 in the first set. Went on to win 6-4, 6-1. So had a slow start with City Boost. Semi-final, Griffion came through that match straight sets, but unable to win the final today against Lizzy DE GREEF. Service game has just been pegged back to 30 all. Gabrielana will be disappointed with that shot. Backhand slice approach. Drifted long. Gift of a point for Griffion and Van Curt. Chance to extend that lead to 4-1. Quite commit to the shot there, Van Curt. Still very nervy, isn't it? Both sides of the court. this time. It's Maylee Phelps with a cheap point, really, for the top seeds. Gifting Griffion another chance here to hold serve, extend the lead. And she does. Another forehand. Misguided by Maylee Phelps. Griffion and Van Koot, despite that slow start. Looking good now in set one, leading 4-1.
Time.
So, important service game this for Maylee Phelps. She and Macarena CABRILLANA trailing 4-1 in this women's doubles semi-final. Frustration for CABRILLANA and Phelps is the fact that Van Koot and Griffion haven't exactly played well. It's been very bitty both sides of the court, but just one or two more of the big points, hence the scoreline. They haven't been blown away at all. CABRILLANA and Phelps. Sometimes they've been the architect of their own downfall, but if they can find a better level, there's still a way back into this semi-final. See
40 left.
All 3 points that Phelps has won on this service game have come from mistakes, primarily from Aniek Van Koot. Dutch pair, the top seeds, hardly at their best at the moment. Faults haven't gone anywhere either for both pairings. 5 games played, 5 and a bit games played, 6 double faults, 3 each. There, back to the call from the 18-year-old from the United States, Maylee Phelps. More frustration for Griffion. And a bit of relief for Maylee PHELPS. Serve and just trims the gap. 2 games now. And Curt and Griffion leading by 4 games to 2. Angelica Bernal, Lucy Schuker await in tomorrow's final. Had a tight 3-set win against Yiti Boos and Lizzy DE GREEF.
Love 15.
Oh, that just bamboozled.
15-30.
Hey, Curt, seen that a few times today. Not sure if the bounce is deceiving one or two of the players. Certainly deceived Aniek van Curt there. Trouble now.
15-14.
Top seeds. Not so long ago, leading 4-1 and cruising. Every chance that lead might be down to 1. Brilliant. So they've broken back.
30-40.
About to break back, I beg your pardon. Got ahead of myself there. Still a chance here for Gabriano and PHELPS to get this down to just 1 game between them. It's a very good serve out one from van Curt. Griffion's frustration is growing and growing in this match. Really has not settled down. It's another chance for Gabriano and PHELPS to break. They have. Well, Griffion and van Curt have let this slip away. Gabriana and PHELPS back in the mix. It is now 4-3 to the top seeds.
Time.
Back on serve then. In the second semi-final of the women's doubles. Jiske GRIFFIOEN and Aniek van Curt led 4 games to 1. But Macarena, CABRILLANA and Maylee PHELPS fought back well. Intensity now, isn't it? From the top seeds, maybe realising that they've put themselves in this somewhat perilous position. Time to get themselves out of it. Every chance Griffion and van Curt will get that 2-game lead back. Hoping to stretch it to 3 by holding serve after this if they can break and take the set. Oh, well played. Maylee PHELPS. Precision on that forehand. Griffion decided to leave it. Thought it might be drifting long. In the end, to the despair of the Dutch player, it found the line.
At Fischer.
In the end, Maylee PHELPS just pushed the boat out a little too far. And that forehand drifts long. Griffion and van Curt have a 5-3 lead. Now it's been very unpredictable on the Griffion serve. Broken to love in her first service game, just about held her second. Sheer frustration out there at the moment for Griffion. Smile disguises that frustration very well. Shake of the head there tells you all you need to know. And look at this reaction here. Knows it's a bad miss. Got away with that one though.
15-0.
Phelps' forehand has been also very unpredictable. A couple of beauties a couple of games ago, but last 2 or 3 have drifted long. This time it is the forehand of CABRILLANA. Gives the point to Griffion and Van Curt. Just a couple of points away now. The top seeds from this opening set. That's a super forehand, much more like it for Griffion there. Right on the line. That is more like her level of play. Set points then, 2 of them for the top seeds. Stumble, courtesy of double fault number 4 for Griffion and Van Curt. Second bite of the cherry to take this first set here and now. And they do. So Phelps' backhand this time going long. The first set that started very nervy from both sides of the court. Griffion and Van Curt got themselves 4-1 up, but then started to wobble. Back to 4-3, but they got over the line in the first set, 6 games to 3.
Time. Second set, Phelps to serve. Allow 15.
30.
So first set safely on the board for Griffion and Van Curt. And they've got off to a fast start in set 2. On the serve of Maylee Phelps. Relief for Griffion in the net, who caught the overhead beautifully, but straight onto the racket. The 18-year-old Maylee Phelps, and was relieved, as I was saying. Phelps couldn't quite get any control on this, and the backhand drifted long.
Net pressure. Game review van Coot. First game, second set.
Perfect start to this second set for the number 1 seeds, Griffion and Van Curt. Breaking Cabriano and Phelps to love. That is brilliant placement of that forehand from Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Just needs to get her serve in order. Still not quite there.
Fifteen left.
Oh, well, it wasn't a bad drop shot, but Phelps got there with time to spare, but the angle was ambitious and ultimately misjudged as well.
Out. 14 left.
7 points in a row. Dutch pair have won since the start of set 2. Make that 8 in a row. Brilliant forehand from Griffion. It is all smiles between the top seeds. They are clicking into gear nicely. That's a lovely forehand.
15 left.
Macarena, Cabrillana. Really good angle. First point, they won in the second set as well. Yeah, that was a super shot. And Curt struggled to get anywhere near that. Again, that is a cheap point. The racket of Phelps, and these are beginning to add up now. Can't afford too many gifts to their opponents who already are set in a break up. Awkward, it kicked up, didn't it, on Maylee Phelps, that one. Griffion knew exactly what she was doing there. Lots of top spin on that forehand, and it really did kick up. Top seeds edge ahead as well in this third game.
Net. First serve. Deal.
Drifts wide, and there you hear more frustration from Jiske GRIFFIOEN. Again, the top seed's guilty of putting their foot down and pushing on here, allowing CABRILLANA and Phelps potentially way back into this. Wow, in the end, it took a special for Aniek van Curt to win that point. What a forehand off the lefty. All a little passive before that down the centre of the court. Neither side able to take charge or play anything telling. And then it fell to that forehand of Aniek van Curt. So pleased with that backhand.
Advantage, Cabriana.
Come on. Let's play.
Oh, it's gorgeous. That is so clever. Thought that one through. Jiske GRIFFIOEN played the perfect backhand slice down the line. It died as it hit the surface. Just look at this, took her time. Perfect placement. Desperately need to hold hit. They need to save this break point first and foremost.
Juice.
And again, just brilliant from Van Curt.
Advantage.
Angle there. But initially, down the middle was a shot to play, but as soon as Maylee Phelps moved that way, Van Curt knew the shot was behind the American. Played it well as well. Another break point hit for the Dutch. And it's taken. And that is now a 3-love lead for Griffion and Van Curt. The top seeds beginning to pull away here.
Time.
Curt. She and Jiske GRIFFIOEN in a very strong position here. From CABRILLANA and Phelps' point of view, breaks a serve need to come fast, and realistically need to come now. Great idea from Phelps there. Would have seen Griffion moving in and the space here opened up nicely down the line, but just didn't quite get the height.
Out.
30-15 from the Chilean and American there, eventually forcing the mistake from Curt. Very average points from the top seats there. 30 love is now 30 all, and a couple of forehand errors from Curt and Griffion. Fantastic. It's a really good lob there.
30-40.
Not have played that any better. Macarena, CABRILLANA. Griffion knew she was beaten. Break point, big break point as well. And it doesn't come to anything. A super serve in the corner on the line. In the blink of an eye, the break point becomes a game point for the top seats. That is a fabulous point. What wonderful teamwork between Griffion and Curt there. Griffion's angle on the forehand was fabulous. Curt with that big forehand of hers gets the job done. 4-love now they lead. So 2 breaks a serve, safely backed up by the number 1 seeds.
Net Fischer. Love 15. On.
Phelps had a sighter at that. Unable to react quickly enough. Difference in this second set.
15-14.
It's been the forehand of Aniek van Curt. It has been unplayable at times. She's found a fantastic length and it is always packed with power. A couple of chances then for the top seeds to widen that lead even further. They do. It's a double fall. Most untimely one for Maylee Phelps. Griffion and Van Coote looking good now for a place in tomorrow's final, leading by a set and 5-love.
Time.
So, can Jiske GRIFFIOEN serve this out? That's a great return. Big flashes, hasn't there? For both CABRILLANA and Phelps in this match. The mistakes, the unforced errors have outweighed the high points.
Net Fischer.
Again, it's the Van Curt forehand.
15-0.
So damaging to Gabriano and Phelps. Once she got onto his forehand, Aniek van Curt, you felt it was going to be a winning moment. Drifts long. Brings up a couple of match points here for the Dutch pair. Top seeds on the verge, booking their place in tomorrow's final. A smile because she has another match point here, Griffion. But it hasn't been her best tennis here this evening, that's for sure. But it is her backhand at the net that seals the deal, that wins the match for her and Aniek van Curt. 6-3, 6-love victory. Looked convincing on paper, and at times it was anything but. We seem to have Gabrillana and Phelps a healthy length. Never really allowed them a look in set number 2. They'll have to improve tomorrow, that's for sure. The Dutch pair against bottom line is they've won here this evening, and they will be in tomorrow's final. And now they can smile, enjoy the photos being taken, and I'm sure there'll be a few words with our MC shortly. Certainly have a good chat about that this evening and how they're going to set up for tomorrow's doubles final. As I was saying, it will need to be a lot better, particularly for Griffion in that final. Van Curt was dangerous on that forehand. Griffion really struggled in all elements of her game, particularly the serve. But of course, tomorrow is another day, and I'm sure she will be at a much better level. But what a day we've had here today, goodness me. Some incredible matches. Griffion was in the women's singles final, lost that surprisingly to Lizzy DE GREEF, 6-1, 6-4. And a couple of epic matches in the men's side, the men's singles semi-final, Martin de la Puente, 6-4, 6-4 against Ruben SPAARGAREN. He plays Stephane Hudday in the men's final tomorrow, beating Tom Egberink. But Egberink got his revenge in the doubles with Joachim Gerard, beating CAVERZASCHI and Hudday 6-2, 7-6. And just now, there you saw Griffion and Van Curt coming through 6-3, 6-love against Gabrillana and Phelps. But that is all today from the Wheelchair Arena. Finals tomorrow, the men's singles and the women's doubles. We look forward to your company then. But for me, Mark Valley, it is good night.